أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق
पढ़िए अपने रब के नाम के साथ जिसने पैदा किया।
خلق الإنسان من علق
उसने इंसान को अलग से तख्लीक किया।
اقرأ وربك الأكرم
पढ़िए और आपका रब बड़ी इज्जत वाला है,
الذي علم بالقلم
जिसने कलम के जरिए से इल्म सिखाया।
علم الإنسان ما يعلم
इंसान को वो इल्म दिया जिसे वो जानता न था।
صدق الله العظيم
Sadaqallahul Azim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good evening. I am Humar Rahman and I welcome all attendees in person and online on behalf of Center for International Strategic Studies, Islamabad, at International Conference on Strategic Stability and Nuclear Security, Global and Regional Perspectives. I profoundly thank all our worthy participants for sparing their time for this event. Before we formally start our inaugural session, I would like to present today's agenda. Following the inaugural session, we have three sessions. One on global strategic stability, implications for South Asia, chaired by Dr. Zafar Iqbal Chima, President, Strategic Vision Institute. The second session on regional security dynamics of South Asia, opportunities and challenges, chaired by Ambassador Zamir Akram, former Ambassador CD, and currently advisor to NCA. And the third session on the global nuclear security architecture, regional trends, challenges, and the way forward, chaired by Ambassador Tahmina Janjua, former Foreign Secretary and President at CD. In today's program, we are very pleased and honored to have representatives from embassies here in Islamabad. And as we proceed, I would like to mention and announce few details. For our online attendees, please write your question along with your name and affiliation in the chat box. For our in-room attendees, they may ask questions directly. For our in-room attendees, tea and refreshments will be served at the table. In view of timing factor, we will continue proceedings without a formal break between sessions. In-room participants may take a leg stretch or refreshing break as they would like to. Dinner will be served after the conference. Now, I would like to invite Ambassador Ali Steven Naqvi, Executive Director of CISS, for his opening remarks. Ambassador Naqvi, in a long diplomatic career of 36 years, served in various diplomatic and ambassadorship assignments, including the United Nations, both in New York and Vienna, and in various capitals, including Washington, D.C., London, Paris, and Brussels. Ambassador Naqvi was appointed Member Chairman's Advisory Council in the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission after his retirement from Foreign Service, where he functioned as advisor to the Chairman PAEC on International Affairs. Ambassador Naqvi is the founding Executive Director of Center for International Strategic Studies, which was established in 2010. You have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Huma. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you. With my apologies to those who are very particular about SOPs, I have to take off my mask to speak comfortably. I would like to wish a good morning and a good day to our foreign participants who are joining us virtually from various time zones. I welcome all the ambassadors and other diplomats posted here in Islamabad who have taken out the time to join us in this conference. It is a matter of great privilege and pleasure for me to welcome you all to this international conference on strategic stability and nuclear security, global and regional perspectives, organized by our think tank, the Center for International Strategic Studies, which was established in 2010 in Islamabad as an independent think tank for fostering a better understanding of Pakistan's foreign and security policies and its role as a responsible member of the international community, and to come and to counter the perception of Pakistan as perceived negatively by many in the world at large. CISS aims at achieving the avowed objectives through promoting a healthy debate on international strategic issues by regularly organizing informed discussions through conferences, workshops, lecture series, roundtable discussions, and outreach activities. Though the center focuses on a variety of strategic issues, it specializes in nuclear policy-related subjects. In the pursuit of our objectives, we have also established international partnerships with prestigious think tanks abroad for outreach and interaction. A word about this conference. Earlier, it was conceived as a joint project with our partners, the IISS in London, but it had to be cancelled due to the COVID-19 situation in Europe. We are holding it here now as a CISS event with the participation of friends from IISS as well as elsewhere. In organizing this conference, we have had to resort to including our speakers from abroad for making their presentations online and do a virtual participation in the conference because of the COVID situation. In organizing this conference, we have had the help and assistance of the Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs of the Strategic Plans Division of the National Command Authority. And we have also had the able guidance of General Khalid Khidwai, who has been helping us all along in the organizing of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the international environment for strategic stability and nuclear security is fast changing. This requires a fresh look at the dynamics and implications of an increasingly fluid and unstable global strategic outlook, and identify the overlapping international and regional linkages to better understand these trends. Nuclear weapons have again regained prominence, as all the major nuclear weapon states are believed to be upgrading and adding to their respective nuclear arsenals. The signing of the Australia-UK-US agreement itself is an unprecedented development with potentially far-reaching consequences for the Asia-Pacific region and the non-proliferation regime, which was already under stress due to the NSG waiver granted to India in 2008 and the resultant vertical proliferation on the subcontinent. These developments are supplemented by large-scale modernization in conventional military forces in South Asia, the Asia-Pacific, and Europe, coupled with the development and introduction of an entirely new class of non-nuclear strategic systems, such as hypersonic missiles, directed energy weapons, and anti-satellite tests with artificial intelligence, cyber technology, and the fourth industrial revolution looming on the horizon. While this can be termed as the latest manifestation of the revolution in military affairs, it will qualitatively transform modern warfare and reshape the outcome of crises and future conflicts in troubled hotspots. Other prominent regional developments include the strengthening of the Quad with regular military exercises, the US withdrawal from Afghanistan, the India-China standoff along the line of actual control, and the resurgence of Russia and China as key players in an increasingly multipolar international system. In this backdrop, we hope to have fruitful but focused discussions on the three key areas that have been identified by my colleague just now. The first session aims to explore the leading systemic and regional level challenges to strategic stability and the possible measures that nuclear weapon states can take to strengthen strategic stability and help reduce nuclear risks. The second session looks at some of the key challenges impacting peace and stability in South Asia and impact of US withdrawal from Afghanistan on regional security in the long run, the potential role for Russia and China in fostering stability in our region, and the geopolitical implications of the US-China relationship in South Asia. Session 3 is dedicated to identifying the degree to which existing international practices, norms and institutions are considered sufficiently effective to ensure the security of nuclear and radiological material. It will also analyze the evolving challenges for nuclear security at the global and regional levels, in addition to identifying possible measures and national arrangements and institutions required to deal with the emerging challenges to nuclear security. Ladies and gentlemen, to address these complex and interconnected questions, we are profoundly fortunate to have assembled here eminent scholars, practitioners, and experts from the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, and China, as well as, of course, Pakistan. I would also like to mention here, all of these speakers from abroad are going to be virtual speakers. I would also like to mention here that this is the first time when three former Directors General of Pakistan's Strategic Plans Division of the National Command Authority of the Government of Pakistan have agreed to share their considered perspectives with this august audience today. I wish the participants a fruitful session of discussion and deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Lieutenant General Khalid Ahmed Kidwai, Advisor, National Command Authority, and former Director General, Strategic Plans Division, to deliver his keynote address. Lieutenant General Khalid Ahmed Kidwai served in Pakistan Army for 47 years in various command, staff, and instructional appointments. After the May 1998 nuclear test, he pioneered the establishment of Pakistan's National Command Authority and was appointed as the founding Director General of Strategic Plans Division in April 1999. He served as DGSPD for 15 years and is presently Advisor Development, National Command Authority. Lieutenant General Kidwai has been awarded Pakistan's highest civil award, the Nishan-e-Imtiaz, in addition to Hilal-e-Imtiaz military. He is currently Advisor to National Command Authority, Pakistan. I would request you, sir, to the podium.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and good morning to all of you in your respective time zones. I start with good wishes for everyone and the hope that since I last spoke at the IISS CISS workshop on the 6th of February 2020 at London, everyone has remained safe from the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic, which started to engulf the world just about the time as we dispersed that day. Now, given the construct of today's topic, the way I see it, there are four clear notions that need to be addressed in an integrated manner. There is strategic stability, there is nuclear security, global perspectives, and regional perspectives on these. And because of the cooperative nature and context of the IISS CISS traditional academic focus, when we will talk of regional perspectives, South Asia will take center stage as the relevant context. Further, Since today's event is in the nature of a continuum, I have considered it appropriate in my talk to first reconnect with the essence of what I had to say on the 6th of February 2020 as a recap, and from there pick up the threads of international and regional developments that have taken place during the last 2 years, in as much as these are relevant to today's topic. To recap, I am highlighting 3 main points that I had made in the context of South Asian strategic stability 2 years ago in London. The first point I made was that in the strategic instability paradigm of South Asia, it has become Pakistan's responsibility to ensure that strategic stability will not be disturbed to Pakistan's disadvantage at any stage, despite India's consistent efforts to swing the pendulum towards instability. At each stage of the swing of the pendulum towards strategic instability, Pakistan restored the strategic balance through appropriate and effective countermeasures. In the last 2 years, the upward trend has continued unabated, with India inducting, amongst others, destabilizing systems like the Rafale fighters, the S-400 system, the Predator drones, and generally upping the ante while pursuing the nuclear triad on land, air, and particularly in the nuclearization of the Indian Ocean. Pakistan will not let these destabilizing inductions or even doctrines to create instability. Strategic stability will be maintained or re-established at all cost. Pakistan's responses should therefore be seen in that context. The second point I made was with reference to India's failed airstrike against Balakot in mainland Pakistan on 26 February 2019, consequent to its false flag operation at Pulwama, as a reckless strategy for domestic electoral purposes. In this regard, I had said 2 things. One, that Pakistan's nuclear policy of full spectrum deterrence had prevented the conflict from escalating to higher dangerous rungs, and further, therefore, I had cautioned India not to consider Pakistan's robust nuclear capability as a bluff, as was then evident in the flawed thinking and statements of most in India's civil and military higher echelons. 2, if an irresponsible military adventure were to be undertaken by India, Pakistan will respond forcefully under its retaliatory doctrine of quid pro quo plus, and indeed, Pakistan did lay out an effective practical demonstration of the quid pro quo plus doctrine successfully the very next day of Balakot on the 27th of February 2019. Pakistan launched retaliatory airstrikes around not 1 but 3 sensitive Indian military targets, shooting down 2 Indian fighters in the process, capturing one of the pilots and letting him go home, creating operational paralysis in the IAF system of forces, leading to the shooting down of an Indian helicopter by India's own air defenses, generously sparing the Indian Army's very senior military leadership present at one of the ground targets, and at sea, allowing one Indian naval submarine which had deliberately entered into Pakistani waters on an operational mission to turn around and go home safely with a warning only. These Pakistani responses on land, air, and at sea, I think, were plus enough for one Balakot and for one day. Let me caution India once again that if challenged, Pakistan will do it again. I say this with emphasis because one hears again the whispers of a possible false flag operation by India as a signature Modi BJP electoral strategy prior to the upcoming state elections in February 2022 in 5 states, including the critical states of Uttar Pradesh and East Punjab. The third point I made was with reference to India's unfortunate transition from a vibrant secular democracy to a religious extremist cum fascist autocracy. I had said, and I quote, "The gloves are off, the mask is off, and the veneer of secularism is dead. India in 2020 is now well and truly Hindustan, of the Hindus, by the Hindus, and for the Hindus. The transformation from India to Hindustan over a period of 72 years now carries the duly stamped ownership of the vast multitudes of the Hindu population which voted for the BJP RSS heavily." Unquote. Today, ladies and gentlemen, at the close of 2021, India's transition stands consolidated as reflected in India's formal state policies inside India, inside occupied Jammu and Kashmir, all across on the streets of India, in acts, in deeds, in formal legislation, and in the psychosocial schisms between communities and castes that have been promoted and encouraged by the state. These trends run contrary to the accepted norms of civilized societies and civilized behavior, and carry within them the germs of not only internal social mayhem for India, but also from Pakistan's perspective, the potential to destabilize the region at large. The hardened extremist mindsets and attitudes prevalent in India today prevent rational thinking, discourage dialogue and diplomacy as instruments of peace and security, choose instead ill-considered indirect military and intelligence-based strategies as simplistic solutions to complex regional conflicts. The cumulative effect of India's transformation from a vibrant secular democracy to a religious extremist autocracy has put at serious risk the notions of regional strategic stability and security. It is unsettling for India's neighborhood. Now, having recapped the three essential points that I had made in my talk 2 years ago, I shall now move on to recall some of the major global and regional events that have shaped geopolitics broadly in the last 2 years and how these have impacted strategic stability and security, especially in South Asia. While the world grappled with the pandemic, global and regional competitions and confrontations did not take a back seat. If at all, the contours of the competition and confrontation have assumed sharper and more defined shapes, with fallout effects everywhere, especially from our perspective in South Asia. Strategic stability and security of nations continues to remain under pressure, and the four countries directly affected, that is the US, China, India, and Pakistan, continue to make policy adjustments according to their respective national interests. This is history in motion and in the making, even as we enjoy observing it from our ringside seats. The final outcomes will perhaps be more clearly visible in the coming years, only when the dust has settled and hopefully the strategic competitions have stabilized into a more manageable pattern. The US election in November 2020, even though disputed strongly by both sides, resulted in President Joe Biden replacing President Trump in January 21. The change of guard, however, signified no significant change in what may be labeled as a defining US C3 policy against China: containment, competition, and confrontation. Not necessarily in that order. The threat of a rising, and some think an already risen, China has focused sharply the undivided attention of the US and its allies. If at all, the C3 policy has become only more strident, generating far-reaching global and strategic effects in different regions. While the C3 policy is likely to vary in intensity and emphasis on containment, on competition, on confrontation, according to the demands of a particular time, it does somewhat unfairly compel countries to choose sides reminiscent of the 2 decades ago syndrome of you are either with us or against us. Many countries find that discomforting. The world now seems to be on the cusp of a new Cold War. Groupings, interestingly, are being defined in near geometric terms and shapes. While we had long gotten used to the shape of the Pentagon as an international driving force, but then we got the quadrilateral or the Quad, and now recently the triangular AUKUS. Nevertheless, the effects of the rise of China and the US C3 policy now being articulated through some of these groupings touch South Asia in different ways. In this context, I would like to mention 2 recent developments, one political and the other military, which are open to interpretations in more than one way, but whose immediate effects have been felt, but long-term implications will take time to emerge. First, the virtual meeting between President Biden and President Xi Jinping. It was historic, it was timely, but above all, it was an act of statesmanship. While future results will take time to emerge, one immediate effect probably should be to bring down by a degree or 2 the geopolitical global warming, and that undoubtedly is good for global and regional strategic stability. Pakistan welcomes the dialogue. Second, the test by China of a nuclear-capable missile carrying a hypersonic glide vehicle, including the launch of a separate missile from that vehicle after the vehicle had flown into space and completed a partial orbit of the Earth. To put it mildly, it was impressive, it was unprecedented, and it was a surprise for most, some of whom quickly termed the event as a possible Sputnik moment. Whether it was a Sputnik moment or not, the impact of the test on global and regional strategic stability or instability will be determined in the coming years. There lurks, however, the danger that the missile test and the reported alarm about the exposure of a serious technology gap would be used or hyped to secure greater military budgets under the garb of closing the reported technology gap. This may open another avenue for an arms race down the strategic chain, a sure recipe for strategic instability globally and in regions like South Asia. From global developments of the last 2 years, I shall now move on to some of the key regional developments that from Pakistan's perspective have either impacted or have the potential to impact strategic stability and security in South Asia. Amongst these, I shall count Kashmir, the Indo-China clashes of the summer of 2020, Afghanistan and the consequence of US withdrawal. First, Kashmir. The strategic effects, both political and military, of the revocation of the Articles 370 and 35A of the Indian Constitution on the 5th of August 2019 continue to reverberate strongly in the region. The Indian action of unilaterally declaring the territory of Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh as union territories has had politico-military consequences which are not going to go away. Both China and Pakistan rejected the action instantly, as did the under occupation hapless Kashmiris who continue to suffer immense barbarities at the hands of nearly 900,000 Indian occupation forces, as well as an open-ended, inhumane lockdown of their lives and society. 7 million human beings have been locked up in prison. That does not, however, weaken in any way the well-recognized fact that the Kashmir conflict remains the fundamental source of strategic instability in South Asia and an internationally acknowledged nuclear flashpoint. Second, the Indo-China clashes on the line of actual control, the LAC. The undemarcated borders between India and China have a long history of being unstable, which in the past led to the Indo-China War of 1962, the routing of India's army, loss of territory, and in 2017 to the Doklam standoff. The 1962 war has left indelible scars on India's politico-military psyche. Despite this, India's ill-considered expansion of its road communications network and infrastructure development in the disputed areas of Ladakh on the line of actual control with China, together with the unilateral announcement of the absorption of Ladakh as union territory in 2019, invited what one might call the self-inflicted disaster in the summer of 2020. Consequent to China's reactions to the provocations, India reportedly lost over 1,000 square kilometers of claimed territory without firing a bullet and was humiliated. Some of the strategic consequences of the clashes were: A. Political acceptance of the losses by India's political leadership as fait accompli, when Prime Minister Modi declared with a straight face that no post has been lost, no territory has been lost. It amounted to capitulation, indicating neither the capability nor the intention of recovering the lost territories. B. The Indian military's follow-on redeployments on the Chinese border of nearly 3,800 kilometers from Ladakh in the west to Arunachal Pradesh in the east, following the major intelligence failure and operational paralysis in mounting a response at Ladakh, may affect its strategic and operational capabilities on its western borders with Pakistan. These redeployments in the north over time may even become permanent, exacting a cost in men and materials as well as in strategies and doctrines in the coming years. The emergence of a massive logistical effort in the extreme cold, barren winters of Ladakh at altitudes close to 14,000 feet plus is many times the size of the logistical effort required to maintain the Indian military occupation of the disputed Siachen Glacier. To begin with, India made an exaggerated choice of strategic overreach in the last 2 years, driven by gung-ho political overdrive rather than military logic. Resultantly today, India is riding 3 tigers simultaneously: the line of actual control with China, the line of control with Pakistan, and the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And now, having trapped itself in a strategic quandary, India is propagating and selling the effects of its ill-considered strategic overreach under the bogus threat of a two-front war scenario with China and Pakistan. This, in order to appeal to its distant allies for more and more military and advanced technological assistance and play on the concerns of the US C3 policy against China. This is typical and reminiscent of what India did post the 1962 Indo-China war debacle. If India's allies buy into these clever politico-military ploys of India, which they seem to, and introduce technologically advanced weaponry in the region, strategic stability in South Asia would be poorly served. It will create the effects of instability for Pakistan and will be unacceptable. Pakistan will be compelled, therefore, to respond as it deems fit and enhance reliance for its security in cost-effective deterrence areas of its choice. History is witness to Pakistan's determination. Third, the developments in Afghanistan. The successful conclusion of talks between the Trump administration and the Taliban at Doha culminated in a framework agreement for withdrawal of US and allied troops from Afghanistan. However, in the implementation stage under the Biden administration, the chaotic withdrawal of US and allied troops from Afghanistan, together with the surprisingly rapid collapse of the Afghan National Army and the Ashraf Ghani government, led to the takeover of Kabul by the Taliban on the 15th of August this year. This was followed by a relatively short consolidation phase as the Taliban established their writ across all of Afghanistan, including the Panjshir Valley. The rapidly emerging adverse situation in Afghanistan came as a body blow to India, as its 2 decades-old strategy of bleeding Pakistan on its western borders through blatantly organized state terrorism collapsed overnight. The Indian contingents found safety in beating a hasty retreat from Afghanistan, and India was in a state of shock over the debacle. India not only lost its politico-military intelligence network and influence, but also its heavy monetary and strategic investment in Afghanistan. Pakistan for now breathes easy because the security situation on the western border has started to improve. At another level, however, with reference to Afghanistan, Pakistan has been disappointed by the post-withdrawal policies of some in the international community towards Pakistan. Despite Pakistan's sincere cooperation and facilitation in the Doha talks for nearly 2 years, subsequently in the evacuation of foreign citizens from Afghanistan, Pakistan has been scapegoated ruthlessly for the failings of others. A strange narrative was coined whereby Pakistan was held responsible for 20 years of follies. It remains quite beyond Pakistan's comprehension. As an important and responsible regional country, Pakistan nevertheless will exercise strategic patience for the headwinds to blow away and the dust to settle. Pakistan is a pivotal regional country and cannot be ignored for long. In the meanwhile, in the immediate aftermath of the rapid power transition in Afghanistan, Pakistan has a vital role to play in preventing a looming humanitarian disaster in Afghanistan in the upcoming winter. Pakistan has taken a series of urgent steps in terms of sending large quantities of wheat, food, medicines, and other relief goods to the stricken people of Afghanistan. Pakistan has also gone the extra mile in making an exception on humanitarian grounds and allowing the flow of 50,000 metric tons of wheat and medicines by road from India to Afghanistan. Pakistan stands ready to offer facilitation in this respect, and this has got to be beyond politics. And finally, a few thoughts on the notion of nuclear security. In this context, let me start with recalling one of the fundamental principles of global perspectives on nuclear security. The fundamental principle that was agreed upon at the conclusion of the initiative taken by President Obama in the series of nuclear security summits, the NSS, was that nuclear security was a national responsibility. Let me repeat for emphasis, nuclear security was a national responsibility. These summits were meticulously planned and professionally conducted by top-ranking experts from a large number of countries after much debate. We are grateful to the experts for making the world a safer place. Pakistan values and follows the NSS conclusions in letter and spirit. Post 9/11, with the commencement of the war on terror, there were serious concerns the world over about nuclear materials falling in the hands of terrorists. The specter of a nuclear Armageddon as a consequence of such an eventuality happening, or at the very least, the possibility of a dirty bomb exploding in cities, became a catalyst for laying the highest emphasis on securing nuclear materials and infrastructure the world over, but as a national responsibility. That is the global perspective. I recommend strongly that the focus on worldwide nuclear security must remain. However, the focus must be apolitical, and not a tool for selective political intimidation. As for Pakistan, we took our responsibilities and obligations with the seriousness that nuclear security demanded, not only to address the broader international concerns on the issue, but in Pakistan's own interest as a responsible nuclear power. Not after the post-nuclear security summit process, but 11 years earlier, since the establishment in April 1999 of Pakistan's National Command Authority and the Strategic Plans Division as the one-window institution for all matters nuclear in Pakistan, nuclear security of men, materials, and infrastructure became a leading Pakistani priority. A professionally conceived comprehensive national nuclear security plan was implemented across the country in quick time. Some of the elements comprised of robust physical security, including the raising of a variety of dedicated, well-trained and well-equipped security and intelligence forces. Personal reliability programs, the PRP, material control and accounting, the MC&A, establishment of a state-of-the-art training academy, later renamed as PSENS or Pakistan Center of Excellence for Nuclear Security. PSENS has earned the distinction of recognition by the IAEA as a nuclear security regional training hub and is open to visitors. Similarly, on the diplomatic side, Pakistan entered the mainstream of a variety of international nuclear security related regimes. We went to the extent of saying that for nuclear security there were no upper limits for education. Where we felt necessary, we did not hesitate to cooperate and learn from the world while retaining our red lines. I would like to say that like education and nuclear security, we also strongly believe that there were no upper limits to investment in nuclear security. Nuclear security is a process, a continuous process, where more and more investments reward you with more and more professionally satisfying solutions to different threats and instills confidence. Pakistan invested heavily and today draws the benefits, comfort, and confidence of a nuclear weapons power that has secured its nuclear men, materials, and infrastructure according to the highest international standards. I would like to mention with satisfaction that in Pakistan, despite the geographical spread of vast numbers of nuclear facilities, there has not been a single instance of a nuclear security lapse. This includes the most intense period of foreign-sponsored terrorism inside Pakistan between 2007 and 2014. Now that Pakistan has won its own war on terror through determined and professionally conducted operations, the overall internal threat has largely receded and the security environments have vastly improved. Having said that, the process of continuous improvements in nuclear security must go on because there must never be complacency. There are countries that I believe have strong national technical means, the NTMs. I'm sure they must have made good use of these because a large number of responsible international personalities, whether visiting Pakistan or not, appreciated and expressed confidence on record in Pakistan's efforts in the areas of nuclear security. Now, before I end, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express Pakistan's disappointment with the revival lately of uncalled for insinuations about Pakistan's nuclear security in the aftermath of the developments in Afghanistan post 15th August. First, in a consistent pattern of negative media reporting as an extension and veritable arm of pressure policy. Second, strangely enough, by some senior important personalities who I thought ought to know better from the vantage points of professional information in their high offices. The apprehensions expressed in certain otherwise responsible quarters about events in Afghanistan impacting Pakistan's nuclear security are not only misplaced and ill-founded, but in my opinion, stretch one's professional imagination beyond reasonable logic. Nuclear security is too serious a business to be used as tools of political intimidation, point scoring, or subjected to inadequately deliberated statements. Pakistan would expect that considered opinions must reflect objectivity, evidence, professionalism, and meet the high standards of confidentiality, lest these become counterproductive. If the canvas of genuine concern for global and regional nuclear security were to be broadened politically and geographically, I can recommend areas in Pakistan's immediate neighborhood which need more focused attention and help in order to prevent smuggling of nuclear materials leading to international catastrophes. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful keynote remarks. Now, Ambassador Naqvi will moderate the questions and answers directed to General Kidwai, both from in-room participants and online participants. I again remind all the online participants, please mention your name and affiliation when you write your questions in the chat box. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Huma. Jan Sahab, may I first compliment you on a very comprehensive and clear enunciation of Pakistan's policy position and perspective on the entire region and the international environment. I will now seek questions from the participants as well as from online audience which is attending this conference. Do we have the online questions? Yeah. Now, if there are any questions here from the audience, we will first attend to them. Jan Sahab, I would request you to let me know if you want a series of questions to be one at a time. Or one at a time. I would also request questioners to be precise, to ask a specific question on a particular point, and not combine questions, which is, I think, a practice that has started to prevail and is not particularly conducive to good discussion. Any questions from the present audience? All right, then I will get the online questions. Huma, do we have them now?
She's working on online questions right now. You can't see any? Okay.
That means what has been said and stated has been accepted by all concerned, and that, I think, is a very, very auspicious beginning to this conference.
It has been passed with unanimous.
With unanimity.
Okay, now since we are very clear about the keynote remarks, so now we will commence our first working session, Global Strategic Stability, Implications for South Asia. The session will be chaired by Dr. Zafar Iqbal Chima. Dr. Zafar Iqbal Chima is founding president and executive director of Strategic Vision Institute, Islamabad since January 2013. He is a former dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, and also head of Department of Strategic and Nuclear Studies, National Defense University, Islamabad. He has published a book, Indian Nuclear Deterrence, Its Evolution, Development, and Implications for South Asian Security, published by Oxford University Press in 2010. Over to you, sir. The chair will introduce our worthy participants in foreign and in room as well. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Huma. Yeah, thank you. I think we have a very important topic for this session, global strategic stability implications for South Asia. As we all know, global security and stability is a very challenging and a very complex subject. One of the fathers of the realist school of thought, Hans J. Morgenthau, has described stability as always in the nature of being disturbed and in the need of being restored. So you need to have massive efforts on always to restore strategic stability, whether it is at the regional level or it is at the global level. I think primarily the policies of the great powers, especially the nuclear weapon states, their interaction creates a lot of instability in the international relations and the international politics. If those are to be taken into account, the divergence between those policies also is another important factor which generates instabilities at the global level as well as at the regional level. So we need to create, especially in the age of nuclear weapons, you need to have a compatibility of doctrines, compatibility of defense policies, compatibility of strategic policies between various nuclear weapon states to create a kind of stability which is required for peace in the international level and the global environment. One of the reasons which I think is the source of instability is that we have almost an end of an arms control era. The only agreement which exists today is the New START agreement, and all other agreements, especially the ABM treaty and the International Nuclear Forces Treaty, has been abandoned between the United States of America and the Soviet Union. So we are living in an age where the main nuclear weapon states, Russia, United States of America and China, are not adhering to any arms control arrangements between themselves and are following policies which clash with each other and which diverge with each other. So that needs to be kept into mind. We find a replica of such kind of politics at the South Asian level. We have a chain reaction at the South Asian level. India follows China, and the Indian policies, as has been said very rightly by the CIPRI, that India plans for China and acts for Pakistan. The Indian armed forces at the strategic level, at the military level, and at the sub-conventional level are all geared toward Pakistan rather than being geared toward China, which it claims to be their main concern, which is not the fact in this particular case. Second important international factor is the Indo-China strategic partnership and the nuclear deal between the two countries. It directly impinges and affects Pakistan's national security and Pakistan's nuclear security. I think that's a very important factor which in Pakistan we must keep into planning all calculations that we have in our mind. India's belligerent policies are a great threat to strategic stability in South Asia at the regional level as well as at the bilateral level between the two countries. India is at problem with all its neighbors as far as various issues, various economic, various water, various political and various diplomatic issues are. I would not like to dwell very long on this because we have a very distinguished panel on this subject. And I will introduce that panel slowly and gradually, and then at the end I may say whatever remains to be said about the subject. Our first speaker on the panel is Mr. Antoine Levesque. Antoine has worked at the International Institute of Strategic Studies for South Asian Issues since 2008. In 2009, he was a visiting international fellow at the Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, New Delhi. Since 2010, he has coordinated and participated in the International Institute of Strategic Studies annual track 1.5 series of meetings in Oman, Bahrain, Pakistan and India. He regularly travels to Pakistan. He holds an MSc Economics from the University of Aberystwyth. In France, he read History and Political Science at the University of Rennes 1 and 2. Antonio specializes in the facts and assessments of South Asian policies towards China, regional nuclear issues, as well as Pakistan's political and security perspective. He also contributes to ISSSII South Asia program activities, research assessment, as well as covering and outreach to the officials and other audiences through publications and discussions in and outside the region. Our second worthy speaker is Andrei Pavlov. Andrei Pavlov has been serving as Associate Professor in the School of International Relations at St. Petersburg State University since 2010. He got his master's and PhD in history from St. Petersburg State University. He has published 2 books, Russian Expeditionary Troops in France and Macedonia during the World War I, and Chained by Common Aim, the strategic interaction of Russia and its allies during the First World War under his name. He also contributed in many books, chapters, and the First World War research activities. He is currently working on a project titled First World War Strategy and Diplomacy, Russian Army in the First World War, Nuclear Strategy, Theory and National Concept, Nuclear Arms Control, National Security Policy of Russia. Our third honorable speaker is Tong Zhao. Tong Zhao is a senior fellow in the Nuclear Policy Program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, based in Beijing at the Carnegie Sengigua Center for Global Policy. His research focuses on strategic security issues such as nuclear weapons policy, deterrence, arms control, non-proliferation, missile defense, hypersonic weapons, and China's security and foreign policy. He serves on the board of directors of the Asia-Pacific Leadership Network for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament and on the advisory board of the Missile Dialogue Initiative. Zhao is also an associate editor of Science and Global Security and is a member of the International Panel on Fissile Materials. Previously, he was a Stanton Nuclear Security Fellow at Harvard University, a non-resident WSD Honda Fellowship at the Pacific Forum, and worked at the Office of Foreign Affairs at the People's Government of the Beijing Municipality. Our fourth honorable speaker is General Sarfraz Sattar. Lieutenant General Sarfraz Sattar, Halal-e Imtiaz Military and Imtiazi Sanad, is a retired 3-star general from the Pakistan Army who has the post of Director General Strategic Plans Division Force. He commanded 2nd Corps, Multan. Before he was Director General commanding of the 8th Infantry Division, Sialkot. He belonged to the Armored Corps and 7th Pakistan Military Academy Long Course. He was promoted to the Lieutenant General on 30th September 2016. CISS Kamar Bajwa deputed Lieutenant General Sarfraz Sattar as Colonel Commandant of the Armored Corps on 15 November 2019. General Sattar also served as Director General of the Military Intelligence and Military Attaché to India. During General Raheel Sharif's stint as the Chief of Army Staff, the most junior Lieutenant General was General Sarfraz Sattar. It would not be out of place to mention here that General Raheel Sharif, before his retirement, suggested his name as one of the options for the military command in 2019 for the continuation of his policies. So we have these 4 honorable speakers. I would first request Mr. Antoine Lavers to kindly take the seat and take his floor and address to the audience on global strategic stability implications for South Asia. So over to Antoine Lavers.
Chair, thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yes, I take it. Thank you to the CISS for the kind invitation, particularly to Ambassador Ali Salwa Naqvi with whose CISS, the IISS, has partnered very productively for over a decade. It's good to be back in Pakistan, if virtually still, to speak at this important conference. Global strategic stability was, of course, the subject of General Kidwai's remarks earlier. So much has been said already. Global strategic stability is a vast problem which nests all others in a way for anyone with a policy-minded, let alone policy-relevant mind, attentive to how agent and structure interact. So what I will try to do is offer a scene setter narrowed on nuclear issues by focusing on three themes. 1. Key strategic relationships for the present and future. 2. Some key trends underpinning global strategic stability today. And 3. Some avenues for bolstering it. My starting point today is that it is unrealistic to expect strategic stability all the time everywhere. The balance of power between variously sized and resourced countries is always evolving. At the assessment stage, the strategic mind ought to be agnostic about this.
Can I interrupt, Mr. Antoine? Your video is not on. Please on your video.
Sure, apologies for this. I believe it is on.
Okay.
Is it now on?
It is not on.
Excellent, excellent, thank you. So, one eminent British academic reminded us at the meeting General Kidwai mentioned earlier in February 2020 that really it was important to not pass judgment too hastily on the evolutions of strategic stability, particularly in reference to technology. More on this a little later. Following from this, my three-sentence argument runs as follows. There is less strategic stability now than there has ever been in a generation. However, this does not mean that there is strategic instability all round. Nor does it mean that defeatism is a reasonable course of action for statecraft as a result. So first, which key strategic relationships or dyads matter most to the future global strategic stability? The US-China competitive relationship obviously is today and will be for the foreseeable future by far the one creating the most strategic instability, or indeed stability, depending on decisions taken, I believe, in the later stages of this decade. An extrovert China is determined to rise to parity with the US globally and to be uncontested in Asia otherwise. The US, meanwhile, is unwilling to allow China parity, let alone global primacy. Many refer to Thucydides' trap. Others, including the IISS in its Strategic Survey 2021, look rather to the so-called Kindleberger trap, that is, the negative effects of a breakdown in hegemonic stability. More descriptively, the last 5 years saw the emergence or acceleration of cycles of action, reaction and defense issue-based dynamics on an increasingly global scale between China and the US. Unipolar moments are now discussed in the past, but not yet in the future tense. A post-World War order or disorder is taking hold. However, despite the deterioration in US-China relations, both their strategic intent and capabilities favour stability. Neither wants a costly conflict for their national or indeed interdependent prosperity, and all-round capabilities-wise, the US retains a considerable, if narrowing, advantage over China, as the latest US Department of Defense report to Congress emphatically discussed, and one former US senior policy lead on artificial intelligence asserted with alarm a few days ago. Also, fundamentally, and I insist, the US and China can already inflict unacceptable damage on each other. So neither the US nor China, therefore, are likely to deliberately start a war against each other. The early Cold War surprise attack scenario is therefore also unlikely. But the risk does exist, however, that China and the US could uncontrollably stumble into using escalatory force against one another, especially in the absence of a shared culture and uninterruptible institutional arrangements to discuss crises should these arise between them. Well short of war, the US and China are also putting to the test, anchoring principles of regional and global stability, such as, for example, their respective emphasis on one country, two systems, or one China policies. As the IISS strategic survey also notes, by doing so, China and the US also redefine legitimately what is meant by domestication and internationalization of issues, a complication South Asia is familiar with also. The growing inability of both countries to cooperate on key global, regional, or issue-based problems does create perceptions of insecurity for others. The attitude of China regarding the ongoing Iran-JCPOA talks could be telling in that context. In Asia, meanwhile, we may have entered what a recent IISS Delphi book argues is a strategic interregnum. In South Asia, the US and China both want Pakistan to have a strong economy of its own. They also want trade and energy shipping to remain secure across the Indian Ocean. But they diverge on how to prevent Afghanistan from becoming a source of regional instability. In particular, the US-China strategic deterrence relationship is becoming less stable. This is because China is mobilizing advanced technology in all domains to increase its relative position to the US. China's challenge to the US is all the greater that China recombines capabilities, for example, cyber-enabled military strategy, with ambiguity to create strategic effects below US response thresholds. So what for the future of alliances and partnerships? The US-China competition is making the rest of the world's calculus of strategic balancing between them and strategic autonomy away from them even harder. One emerging model seems to see other powers growingly left with the sole option to practice balance of power politics, with a structural tilt towards the US-led Indo-Pacific, while seeking, at the same time, to various degrees of success, totemic strategic autonomy. In South Asia, as elsewhere, this includes partnering with perceived like-minded countries which share the refusal to be just junior partners to China or the US. In this context, and more widely, Russia continues to retain both strong intent and capability for strategic autonomy. This results from the staying power of its challenger status during the Cold War, but it also results from the modernization of its defense forces to date. At this time, Russia's calculus of strategic balancing growingly favors China against the US, as evidence of this was on display last month through the signature of a new 5-year pact, military pact, for cooperation between the two countries. The US-Russia deterrence relationship in particular is growing somewhat less stable. Russia's technology-led modernization of its strategic forces is undertaken from the basis of a narrower global military differential with the US today than exists perhaps between China and the US. But Russia's hybrid tactics are combining with displays of conventional deterrence, contributing to perceptions of regional instability in Europe. Russia's convergence with China, meanwhile, poses a prioritization challenge to US allies tilting to the Indo-Pacific. And just a quick word on Iran and North Korea, both regional revisionist states standing on different sides of the nuclear weapon ownership threshold, but both appear to aspire to possessing enough of the capability to inflict unacceptable damage on US forces or interests in their neighborhood, if not the US homeland itself in North Korea's case. Both countries' remedies to their own regime insecurities create strategic instability with the US primarily, but also with others, particularly Western and like-minded nuclear weapon states, to only talk of the high-end nuclear threats. Besides their actual possession of nuclear weapons, both Iran and North Korea share in common having growingly large and sophisticated missile capabilities driving their contribution to global strategic instability. Those discrete and very quickly etched trends intersect and drive and are driven by wider global trends. Which are these? They're primarily to do with technology, and this has already been spoken to by previous speakers. I would just like to emphasize on one point. Last week, addressing the IISS, the chief of the UK's external intelligence agency made a stunning forecast. According to some assessments, he said, we may experience more technological progress in the next 10 years than in the whole of the last century, with a disruptive impact equal to the Industrial Revolution, unquote. I think this is enough to set us thinking for way more than today's proceedings. Technology drives tensions faster along the continuum ranging from non to quasi to proto crypto conflicts. These are all my own prefixes. This is because technology in defense compresses time and space for action and decision, a particular issue in South Asia. It weaponizes ambiguity in what we have called the IISS tolerance warfare. It also obviously impacts cyber domain activities. There is little time for me to continue discussing this in detail. Suffice to say that South Asia's agency on this trend is naturally less than other regions with established major powers. But this is not to say that South Asia is unaffected or devoid of initiative. If technology cannot be disinvented, states can choose not to acquire, securitize or weaponize some emerging technologies.
May I kindly remind you that your video has again gone off?
Sure. Sorry, sir. I'm unaware of why this is happening.
Yes, sure. That's it coming in.
In the interest of time, I might just continue, unless, okay, I'm back. I will pass on technology and just say a word about the devaluation effect of arm control and what might come in its place. There has been a particular debate, I think, starting around the issue of conditional proliferation, which is something some of my colleagues have written about in the context of the AUKUS Pact, which was referred to today. I think this could potentially have far-reaching consequences. And let me very briefly now just turn to four last points relating to what is currently on some academics' tables, if not policy tables, with regards to finding ways to bolster global strategic stability. First, finding responsible cyber domain behavior rules at the road is among the most impactful, potentially impactful steps individual states can take for each other and for a greater effect on the continued pacification of international relations. In addition to the development of cyber armories, one of my IISS colleagues remarks that no military chief wants to fight a sorcerer's apprentice war once artificial intelligence is accounted for. Second, I would also mention a recent IISS study which looks at incremental or more radical reform of the MTCR and the Hague Code of Conduct. There is more detail online about this. Third, I would note a recent proposal by US academic and expert Michael Crepon calling for a new seven-nation forum consisting of the US, Russia, China, the UK, France, and most notably India and Pakistan to discuss nuclear-related issues in a way which overcomes some of the traditional difficulties in a systemic way. And finally, looking to January next year, we will have the 10th NPT review conference, which will discuss a host of issues, including global disarmament, prohibition, and regional issues. And of course, after that, the US nuclear posture review will sharply bring into focus questions about a possible US shift to sole purpose or even NFU. With my time being up, I'd like to thank again everyone in Islamabad and indeed virtually for their attention. I look forward to the discussion.
You might continue for another 2-3 minutes to finish your subject. You may continue 2-3 minutes to finish your subject.
Okay, in this case, I would like to just take a couple of minutes to address a couple of questions to General Kidwai, for whose intervention I'm very grateful earlier on. It's always an important voice for us to hear on matters of strategic stability, not just in South Asia, but more globally. My questions to you, sir, are twofold. You referred in your comments to re-establishing stability at all cost in the earliest stages of your prepared remarks. And later on, you talked about taking cost-effective measures to address any new imbalances in the India-Pakistan relationship. I wonder which one of those two considerations primes in your mind. Is it the at all cost aspect, or is it the cost effective aspect? And secondly, I would like to just ask whether you think there has been an evolution of your thoughts about quid pro quo plus from last time you addressed us in London. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now request Dr. Andrei Pavlov to kindly. Okay, let me request Jana Kidwai to kindly answer his questions.
Okay, and Tinwa, I think your first question, if I have understood correctly, relates to Pakistan's response, in which I said that we will not allow strategic stability to be disturbed to our detriment, and that any steps towards instability introduced by India will be responded to by cost-effective solutions in re-establishing at all cost. And when I say cost-effective, I mean exactly that, cost-effective. And I did hint at certain deterrence measures that are cost-effective. There are military solutions, and there are unconventional solutions towards re-establishing an imbalance. And I think I will leave it at that Pakistan has no intention of getting into a classical arms race, certainly not cost-wise. We know the differential, but there are systems that can be matched, which we call the great equalizers, and therefore the more the conventional asymmetry becomes unstable, or the equation becomes unstable for Pakistan, the greater that Pakistan will have to reliance on the great equalizer or the deterrence that comes cost effectively. I hope I've answered your question.
And the second question?
Quid pro quo. Question is that has your thought evolved from QPQ plus or still remains at QPQ plus?
Well, in February 2019, the QP quid pro quo plus was very much in place, and I think I outlined today recalled today the demonstration that Pakistan laid out on 27th February on 4 or 5 areas, which amounted to plus in a number of areas on land, at air, and at sea. And that in 2 years I don't see any change in that. And I have also cautioned that there is the possibility of a similar signature Modi BJP activity to win elections in Uttar Pradesh and East Punjab coming up in February 22. And Pakistan needs to be keeping its guard up for a similar dramatic or drama that Mr. Modi is capable of. And when he does that, I think the quid pro quo plus will come and play again.
Thank you, General Kidwai. I will now request the second honorable speaker, Mr. Andrei Pavlov from Russia. Over to you, Mr. Pavlov.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Is it all right?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes? Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the organizers of this meeting this conference, for invitation. It's an honor and pleasure for me. Not because I just have a chance to share my views on the questions which were asked at the beginning of this session, but also because I can learn a lot from distinguished participants who present also in this conference. Probably I need to explain why I was invited, because I was presented only as a historian of the First World War, but currently I'm chairing the master program called Strategic and Arms Control Studies at St. Petersburg University, and my research interest is also current nuclear arms control and current nuclear strategy of Russia and US. I contributed to the book called The End of Strategic Stability, published by Georgetown University Press several years ago. And also I was editor of the book called Nuclear Russia, International and Domestic Dimensions, which was published last year, and also contributed to a chapter on nuclear weapons in Russian military doctrine in that book, as well as I'm author of several publications on that issue in Russia and not only. So this is also a sphere of my interest, not only historical studies. I will try to briefly address both questions which were asked by the organizers for the participants of this panel. And while listening to Antoine Levesque's presentation, I understand that I have, in many cases, similar views on the situation. First question is how international strategic stability develops and what is the role of nuclear powers. I would distinguish four main processes which I think are interrelated, mutually dependent and mutually influential, but at the same time they are multi-directional, so they develop in different directions, this way creating significant gaps in the global strategic stability architecture. First is rapid development of military technologies. And the problem is, I think, that military technologies, they develop much faster than doctrines and concepts. Sometimes doctrines cannot explain how these new technologies will be used. National concepts are quite ambiguous, and that creates a situation when we cannot really predict how these development of new technologies would affect strategic stability on regional or global level. And now I'm talking not just about nuclear technologies, definitely hypersonic, precision-guided munitions, missile defense, cyber warfare, and militarization or weaponization, possible weaponization of space. All that will affect strategic stability in different ways in the future, that's for sure, but we cannot clearly predict in what way. The second tendency is deterioration of traditional arms control. First of all, bilateral arms control, Russia-US bilateral arms control regime, which I think has a global implication too. Definitely, you know that the New START was extended earlier this year for the next 5 years, which is, I think, a very good decision, but the future of this agreement and or any other agreements is quite blurry, and we don't know whether Russia and the US will be capable to sign new agreement before the new start will expire in a bit more than 4 years. And I think because of that, we cannot even dream about any multilateral arms control agreements which would somehow limit the growth of nuclear arsenals in other countries. And that creates additional problems also for survival and effective functioning of other regimes, first of all, nuclear non-proliferation regime. The third tendency is rising tensions in different regions of the world. I would recall, first of all, Russia-US or Russia-NATO relations, US-China relations, India-China relations, and definitely India and Pakistan. Of course, there were some attempts to somehow normalize relations, but still the tensions in the world is growing. And that leads us to the fourth process. The fourth process is growing interdependence between different regions and between regional strategic stability situations. And this general tendency, the third tendency, growing tensions, is really going to be not just regional, not will be limited by regional frames, but will have international, broader international repercussion, I think. So generally, all that processes make it necessary for many countries to revise national approaches to strategic stabilities and resort mostly to unilateral actions and traditional power politics instead of discussions, cooperation agreements, etc. The second question is what can be done to ameliorate somehow the situation. Excuse me. First of all, it's really difficult to expect that we can reach a kind of a breakthrough and break those tendencies and or avert them. But I think something can be done, and I hope to be not very academic, although I am academic. So I will try to be not very much theoretic in my conclusions. First of all, I think that consultations on strategic stability between different countries should be continued and broadened, I would say. We now have different tracks of consultations, like, for example, Russia-US consultation on strategic stability. There is agreement on this kind of consultation between the United States and China. I think that very productive can be consultations, these kind of consultations in the framework of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is, I think, a good platform for this kind of interaction between politicians, diplomats, experts, so on different level. And maybe those discussions could be somehow coordinated, not universally, but let's say interaction between these discussion platforms can really be productive, at least on the expert level. For example, it was mentioned already by my colleague that there was an idea about P5+2 format of consultations, and I think it's quite difficult to expect that P5+2, I mean, 5 nuclear states, members of the NPT, plus India and Pakistan. It's difficult to expect that this consultation can happen soon on official level, but expert consultations, expert dialogue in that format, I think is quite possible. And experts could start from discussion of terms, definitions, and development of a common language in the sphere of strategic stabilities. We clearly understand in different way what is strategic stability, what's the meaning of strategic stability, what is transparency, what is crisis prevention, for example, etc., etc. So experts can start the dialogue on the lower level, probably later moving to a kind of track 2 format, which I think need to be prepared first by development of this common language. Second, I think that revision of existing mechanisms of crisis prevention can be done, and we can also ask the question how existing crisis prevention mechanism could be used, because some of them are forgotten, some of them are not universal. So maybe use previous experience too, and try to figure out how the previous experience can be applied for contemporary situation. Of course, this list can be extended further, but generally I think it's the most realistic. What nuclear weapon states and expert community, first of all, can do and can start doing quite soon. Well, that's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
I said in your opening statement, you said you generally agree with Dr. Antony Pavlov, Dr. Leversk. And while the perspective of Russia is in conflict and very different, divergent from the West and the United States of America. So how do you reconcile this statement, the making that you generally agree with Antony Leversk?
Yeah, I meant his general conclusions concerning the processes which undermine strategic stability, namely development of technologies and rise of tensions which affect not only regional stability but have a broader effect, like Russia-US relations has really international and global implication. I meant that, let's say, general assumptions which were pronounced by my colleague.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now request our Honorable Speaker from China, Mr. Tong Zhou. Mr. Tong Zhou, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Please.
It's a great honor and pleasure to participate in the conference. The question that was posed to me was what are the systematic level and regional challenges to strategic stability? I agree with previous speakers that new technologies pose a very important challenge, but I wouldn't delve into that issue because it is already addressed. So I will offer a few comments about how the rising geopolitical hostility among the major nuclear powers is imposing new threats or new challenges to strategic stability. And I think the new threat comes from four aspects. Firstly, because of the growing geopolitical tensions and threat perception, I think countries such like China, Russia, they want to develop more assured nuclear second strike capability. And that could lead to accelerated nuclear modernization. And second, because of the growing geopolitical tensions and the higher threat perception, in the case of China, I think Beijing feels increasingly concerned that the U.S. could threaten nuclear escalation in a future conventional conflict. So that greater concern about nuclear escalation threat is likely making China to want to have some escalation management capability, in addition to a simple and a basic massive retaliation capability. And that desire to acquire escalation management capability could also drive further investment into nuclear programs. And also the American development of low-yield nuclear weapons is another example of countries pursuing escalation management capabilities. Third, I think given the political rivalry, countries now try to rely less on cooperative measures to maintain strategic stability. Instead, they rely more on unilateral measures to maintain strategic stability, which means countries like China and Russia, they have less incentive to engage in substantive diplomatic negotiations with the United States to reduce the threat from American missile defense and other capabilities. Rather, they would choose to further bolster their own nuclear capabilities to basically impose a mutual vulnerability relationship upon the United States. And that, I think, could pose challenge to global strategic stability, given that there is less interest in maintaining strategic stability through diplomatic means, but more interest in achieving this goal through unilateral military measures. Fourthly, there is a new situation emerging, which is China is reportedly accelerating its nuclear modernization. I don't think China wants to become an equal peer of the United States and Russia in terms of nuclear capabilities, but China might become a near peer in the future. And in addition to that, China and Russia are engaging in increasingly close strategic security cooperation. They are conducting joint patrols by strategic bombers and other military platforms. And that would raise the concern in Washington that the U.S. may need to deal with the combined nuclear capabilities of China and Russia. And this is a new situation since the Cold War. And this new situation could introduce a lot of uncertainties to global efforts to maintain strategic stability. And as a result, I think we are likely to see more serious chain reactions among the nuclear weapon states. And I think at the global level, we are at least witnessing three major chain reactions taking place right now. The first one is among Russia, US, and China. There is concern that because of Russia's conventional capability weakness, Russia might be interested in relying more on tactical nuclear weapons. And that is raising concern in the United States and driving the United States to develop low-yield nuclear weapon systems to counter the perceived Russian escalate to de-escalate strategy. And that American effort to re-emphasize the importance of low-yield nuclear weapons is causing Chinese concern that Washington may be deliberately developing nuclear warfighting capabilities and maybe deliberately lowering the threshold of nuclear use. And therefore, we see China responding to that threat perception by bolstering its own nuclear capabilities, including developing theater-range nuclear systems. And that will then lead to the U.S. becoming more worried about China pursuing a more aggressive nuclear posture. So that's one serious nuclear chain reaction happening among Russia, U.S., and China. The second chain reaction is taking place mostly in the Asia-Pacific region among North Korea, U.S., China, and Russia. North Korea, in this case, continues to enhance its nuclear capabilities in a comprehensive manner. And that gives incentive in Washington and other capitals in East Asia, such as Seoul and Tokyo, to better develop more capable missile defense systems to counter the perceived nuclear threat from North Korea. But those missile defense capabilities developed by U.S. and its allies is driving concern in China and Russia about the credibility of their nuclear deterrent. So that's a second nuclear chain reaction that is becoming more severe. And thirdly, but not last but not least, we have this nuclear chain reaction in Southern Asia. In the China, India, Pakistan triangle relationship. For a long time, the China-India mutual nuclear deterrence relationship is more or less decoupled in the sense that neither China nor India was really seriously concerned about each other's nuclear threat. But the situation may be gradually changing because with the deterioration of the political relations between China and India following the border clashes, this China-India mutual nuclear deterrence relationship may be less decoupled going forward, which means the fast Chinese nuclear development might raise greater Indian concern. And in this case, China is not only developing offensive capabilities, but also there is growing interest in Beijing to develop a multi-layered Chinese missile defense network in the future. So the combined offensive and defensive capabilities in China could further enhance Indian worries and therefore exacerbate this China-India-Pakistan nuclear chain reaction. So what can be done? I will briefly offer two quick policy suggestions. First is, I think all the nuclear weapon states need to make more explicit commitment to maintaining strategic stability. I will use the China-US relationship as an example. China has long argued that it is very important for U.S. to make more explicit commitment to U.S.-China strategic stability relationship. But so far, it is unclear what constitutes a clear commitment to strategic stability. Is China seeking a U.S. declaratory policy on no first use of nuclear weapons, or is China seeking a reiteration of the Gorbachev-Reagan statement that nuclear war cannot be won and should never be fought by the United States? Or is China seeking more concrete American efforts to cut and reduce American strategic military capabilities, or for the United States to abandon its forward deployment of nuclear weapon platforms in the Asia-Pacific region? So what constitutes American commitment to strategic stability is not clear, and it is a good development that U.S. and China appear willing to have some dialogue on the issue of strategic stability. And therefore, they could use this opportunity to deepen their discussion on the issue of strategic stability and to clarify these ambiguities in their current thinking and positions. Second point is, I think it is increasingly important that countries recognize the linkage between strategic stability at the nuclear level and conventional level security concerns. One of the main reasons that the United States is reluctant to explicitly commit to bilateral strategic stability with China is due to oppositions from American allies in the Asia-Pacific region like Japan, who worry that U.S.-China nuclear strategic stability could embolden China's conventional level military aggressiveness in the region. And as China's conventional military power continues to grow very quickly, that concern is only going to increase over time. So without addressing conventional level security issues, I think it would be very hard to maintain nuclear level strategic stability among the major powers. So it is time to recognize this linkage. I think I have reached my time. I will stop here and look forward to other speakers' comments. Thank you.
I now request Lieutenant General Sarfraz Sattar, the Advisor, National Command Authority and former Director General, Strategic Plans Domain, Pakistan. Now to General Star.
Thank you very much, Chima Saab. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and a very good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me apologize for a little bad throat and a bit of allergy, but rest assured it has nothing to do with COVID. It's a localized allergy. First of all, let me start by thanking CISS for giving this opportunity to us to be here this afternoon on talking on the subject which is a very important and very dear to our hearts. And may I say, which is the perspective on which from Pakistan's point of view is mostly misunderstood in the Western world. Let me also say that this is a unique opportunity and the topic in this first session in which I am to speak regarding global strategic stability. We've heard the other speakers, so what I propose to do is that I will state 5 or 6 points which I have listed on the subject, and being the last speaker, since I have the advantage of listening to the others and some very profound points were made by the other speakers, at the end I would also like to comment on some of the points made by the other speakers. Let me first start by saying that the rise of China and the ensuing Sino-US competition and contestation as a result of the mistrust between the two nations is having its impact in the entire world, as was also highlighted by the other speakers on the panel today. South Asia in particular is facing its ripples as the situation at the center of China's most important, as it sits at the center of China's most important connectivity project of the BRI. CPAC, of course, being the flagship project of the overall BRI. In the same vein, let me also say that the renewed Russian desire for a greater role in the global and European politics is not only challenging the US preeminence in the world, but is also serving as a catalyst for the great power rivalry. Ladies and gentlemen, these two primary contestations or strategic competitions, coupled with the Russian and Chinese alignment, and as we just heard our Chinese speaker mention about it, these are and these are coupled with some regional alignments in the Eurasian landmass, are having profound effects and results. And to my mind, there are three profound effects and results that these alignments are having. The first is in the way of reduced emphasis on arms control agreements. And as the chair of the panel pointed out at the beginning in his remarks, that SAVE 1, that is the New START treaty, which has been extended to 2026, we live in an age where there are no other treaties. The second impact is an increasing reliance on the nuclear weapons in national security policies, as we are witnessing both improvements in nuclear weapon designs and increase in their arsenal, a fact which was also alluded to my Chinese co-panelist. Third profound impact is the impact of the induction of new technologies. And by new technologies, I mean the hypersonic glide vehicles, the anti-satellite weapons, the proliferation of sea-based platforms, the MIRV-capable missiles, the AI-enabled space, cyberspace, as well as the ISR platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from these global contestations in our, coming to our neighborhood, in our eastern neighbor, there is a rise of Hindutva forces which have turned India into an electoral autocracy, which is willing to use force recklessly for political as well as for electoral purposes, with no tolerance for rights of religious minorities, especially Muslims, or for any kind of dissent for that matter, coupled with unilateral actions and the lack of desire for talks, or for even recognizing that disputes exist between nations. Contrarily, they use these same pretexts or disputes to bolster their conventional weapons capabilities, which, may I say, has been actively aided by the West, and this is leading to destabilization of the conventional balance as well as the strategic stability in the region. This misplaced sense of superiority has encouraged and emboldened them to engage in riskier and reckless actions like the February and August 2019 actions. Such misadventures and recent force posture developments like the acquisition of the BMD systems, the MIRV technology, canisterization of some of their major weapon systems, operationalization of the SSBNs, testing of the anti-satellite missiles, operationalization of dual-use supersonic cruise missiles, and acquisition of a large fleet of other conventional munitions like artillery guns, aircraft, and a large fleet of UAVs are shaping the doctrines that rely on preemptive counter-force targeting, which has of course turned their policy of no first use on its head, just like we had seen was the case of the policy of cold start doctrine, which they initially denied till such time that the Indian Army chief, who unfortunately died this morning in a sad incident, actually acknowledged that it existed. Let me conclude on India by simply saying that the West's bidding on India to counter China, to say the least, is a mistake, as despite Doklam and Ladakh hiccups, they too have great mutual dependence. If we simply look at the trade figures, the trade volume of this year's between India and China stands at $102.29 billion, which is 15.8% of total Indian trade, by far the highest with any country, second being the US and the EU, who stand at 11.8 and 11.1%. Coming to our western neighbor, Afghanistan. In August, ladies and gentlemen, we saw the collapse of a 20-year effort of bringing about some semblance of democratic stability in that country. US, who had been at the center of this negotiated effort, negotiated a peace deal which enabled them to do a peaceful exit, but failed to negotiate an intra-Afghan settlement or leave behind a strong enough working government so that workable peace could be brought about there. But having said that, let me also acknowledge that the principal objectives of the US and the coalition forces of defeating Al-Qaeda and other terror groups have largely been achieved, save of course some presence of the ISIS and other splinter groups. The present Taliban government, though not recognized by any in the world, is facing the double challenge of ensuring peace and stability within and of dealing with the humanitarian crisis which is looming in the face and which was also mentioned in one of the speakers, by one of the speakers. And this is what the government of Pakistan is urging the international community to recognize. As far as the spillover of terrorism are concerned on Pakistan, General Kidwai mentioned in his keynote address, and I must reiterate that that spillover has diminished to a great extent for two reasons. One, that we have won the war on terror as far as Pakistan, internally Pakistan is concerned. And second, that we have been able to fence our entire border with Afghanistan along with erecting forts all along, therefore sealing to a great extent any movement across the borders. Also, let me mention that as the situation turned in Afghanistan and in the Indian consulates had to close, which were acting as harboring and planning centers for terrorism inside Pakistan. This, of course, is a welcome relief for us. The security situation, therefore, in Pakistan, as we see today, is much improved, with virtually low and virtually no threat to our cities or any of our installations, particularly any of our nuclear installations. Coming back to the global picture, let me state that due to conventional and nuclear modernization efforts by US, by Russia and by China, global strategic arms race is discernible, putting global strategic stability architecture under stress. And in this situation, I am afraid South Asia may not become a blind spot of the major powers. This has been compounded by the ex-US government's unilateral withdrawal from treaties like the INF and the JCPOA, or by building up of new coalitions in the shape of Quad and in the shape of AUKUS, and the ensuing decisions of proliferating nuclear propulsion technologies, submarine propulsion technologies. Similarly, the non-proliferation regime, the multiple export control regimes have become political cartels of exceptionalism, which is applied as a policy. Case in point being the Indo-US nuclear deal of 2005 leading to 2008 NSG waiver, and finger-walking of India into almost all the export control regimes in the last 2 years. Now these are some of the points as far as the strategic dynamic security environment, global dynamic security environment are concerned. What are the measures which can be done? Of course, these measures can be seen at measures at the global level and those at the regional level. Some of the measures at the global level which are important are that there is a need for dialogue and to understand and ally each other's perceptions. The need for global powers to understand the risk of altering conventional and strategic balance in the region is very important, because as I said, India is being equipped with both conventional and strategic weapons capabilities, and this is altering this conventional and strategic balance to which General Kidwai also alluded to in his opening remarks. Another thing which can be done is to adopt a balanced approach towards the region so that it does not slip towards destabilization. And in this regard, let me mention that the region should not be viewed with the prism of India or with the prism of Afghanistan alone. Also, I want to mention that a criteria-based approach should be adopted as far as global export control regimes are concerned, so that there is fair competition instead of confrontation. Global players can also play a role in resolution of disputes rather than just managing them in case of crisis. These are some of the thoughts that I had. I would just like to mention a few or make a few comments on some of the observations raised by my co-panelists. I think I'll start with Anton, who said that strategic intent favors strategic stability. Having served in the military for most of my life, we know that we don't look at intents, we look at capabilities. And therefore, how can we be sure about strategic intents when there is feverish effort to increase conventional as well as strategic weapons capability in our neighborhood? There are some profound points made by Andrei Pavlov and by Song Zhao. As far as Pavlov is concerned, he said that these rapid military developments have overtaken and are faster than the development of doctrines and concepts. I think I can't agree more on that, but I also want to say that these rapid developments or advances, they are creating an arms race, and particularly an arms race in our region, which can be pretty destabilizing. The suggestion of talks of P5+2 at the technical level, I think, or at the track 2 level, is a workable suggestion. As far as my Chinese friend is concerned, the concerns raised by him vis-a-vis the United States, I think I generally agree. And the profound point which he made regarding United States having to contend with combined Chinese-Russian capabilities is again profound, and I think will lead to an arms race and more destabilization of the region. I think that is all. I'll stop at that. I think I've exceeded my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 distinct perspectives. The British perspective, which is a Western perspective, the Russian perspective, the Chinese perspective, and now Pakistani perspective on the strategic stability, global strategic stability, and the regional strategic stability. I am thankful to General Sarfraz that he has summarized the 4 speakers, and I don't have to do that. I can save time for question-answer session. The House is now open for question-answer session, but I'll make some pre-qualifications. Please ask only 1 question, not 2 questions. Please do not make lengthy statements to qualify your question. This is a very educated audience, and they well understand the question that you are going to ask. So these two things should be borne in mind while keeping in mind. We have about 40 minutes for the question and answer session. I think that's quite a considerate time for taking that into account. Ambassador Qazi? I'll go by the way, the priority in which the fingers are raised.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists for their very comprehensive presentations. My question is to Mr. Anthony Levesque. In June, President Biden and President Putin agreed during their meeting in Geneva that nuclear war cannot be won and must not be fought. But recently, we have heard some disturbing statements reported by CNN that White House has been considering nuclear option against Russia. And we all know that Russia has slightly more nuclear warheads than the US. Now that is in the context of Russia-Ukraine tensions. I must point out that all this is happening in the backdrop of a crumbling global arms control and disarmament architecture. INF Treaty is no more. We also know that Open Skies Treaty has also collapsed. So my question is, are we moving towards Armageddon? Or do you think that these worrying developments at the global level are going to push the doomsday clock to midnight in the near future? Thank you.
Should I be taking this question?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. One of the sub-themes of my presentation, which I don't think I have time to cover, was the question of the salience of nuclear weapons in nuclear weapon states' doctrines and overall postures. I think others have elaborated on the fact that the stock of nuclear weapons is slowly rising, albeit from a lower level as the one we know now compared to the later stages of the Cold War. But I don't yet really see salience of nuclear weapons becoming greater in doctrines. And the question was particularly asked about US posture, policy and doctrine. And I certainly am not a speaker for that country. And I did note in my remarks that the nuclear posture review of the United States is due at some stage early next year, and I think we will see then what changes, if any, come about. I don't think any responsible nuclear weapons state takes likely statements or indeed makes likely statements about the use or the hypothesis of use of nuclear weapons, and I'll keep it at that. Thank you.
If you allow me to ask a question. We know that intentions and capabilities are the ones which, once known, would result into escalation. How come Indian politicians openly say that we will not rule out the possibility of first use of nuclear weapons? All right, they can say this, but how come the world is quiet? There is no opprobrium, there is no counseling India that you are opening a Pandora's box. I would like to ask this question from all our foreign participants.
May I request kindly the virtual speakers to briefly answer this question? Can you hear me, please? I think there's a problem with the link.
So if I may jump in first.
Go ahead, please.
I think China, from the Chinese perspective, China used to want to, develop some positive leverage over India's strategic thinking. And China wants to be able to persuade India towards a more stabilizing and more responsible policy, including nuclear policy. And China, for a while, even wanted to play a more important role of a mediator between India and Pakistan. So in case there was a serious conventional conflict with a real risk of nuclear escalation, China could step in and use this leverage to help cool down the temperature and help diffuse a crisis. But I think that Chinese ambition was, encountered a major problem when China's own relationship with India really deteriorated in recent years. So even though China used to have that ambition to develop positive leverage over India, but I think that ambition is no longer realistic. I'll stop here.
The first question from the virtual audience is to Lieutenant General Kidwai. How is the Indian growing military cooperation with extra regional powers such as US and Russia impacting South Asian strategic stability?
Well, I think I covered this in my keynote address. That is the acquisition of a variety of advanced technology weapon systems which are being inducted and given quite generously by the foreign powers, like I named the Rafale fighters, I named the S-400 system and the Predator drones, etc. And these are weapon systems which are being encouraged partly in pursuit of commerce and not particularly on geopolitical basis, but then there are others which are being promoted entirely for geopolitical purposes as a spin-off of the contained China policy that I mentioned. So how these are impacting, I have mentioned. I mentioned it 2 years ago. So these are impacting strategic stability. They are creating instability in South Asia, and I responded that this instability somehow over a period of the last 50 years has become Pakistan's responsibility not to let this instability prevail in whichever way Pakistan deems fit. And this stability or instability that is being created for a variety of reasons by foreign powers, by the inclusion of India in its grand scheme for Asia, larger Asia, the world, global politics, Pakistan will respond to it in its own way as it deems fit. And I think, and then who asked me about the cost effectiveness of that, and I answered that Pakistan has cost effective solutions. We are not into an arms race, we cannot afford an arms race, but there are other ways in which I mentioned the great equalizer, that the more these kind of technologies and capabilities enter South Asia on the Indian side, Pakistan is compelled to rely more and more on its unconventional means, and therefore strategic stability will be restored in this particular way. I hope I've answered that question.
Anton, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Let me briefly repeat my question. Two sides to my question. I'm asking about the credibility of the British deterrence. It was primarily developed against Moscow. Now you're shifting your posture towards Asia Pacific and becoming part of AUKUS. Now is your deterrence credible against new responsibilities that you are taking as part of alliance with the US? And secondly, are you still confident of the US commitment towards the security of Western Europe now that the US posture is shifting primarily towards Asia Pacific? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not speaking on behalf of any country, by the way, but my sense is that the United Kingdom has laid a vision for its role in the world in the integrated review document, which was made public last spring. This was accompanied by a secondary document on military intent, and I think in both cases we saw a very clear plan over the next decades, in fact, not just years, to really reposition the country in a matter which would give it influence on a number of important issues. Now, of course, I was hitting to the difficult question of prioritization in my own remarks, and you touched on that in your question. I think this is something which depends on capability. I think an intent to balance out priorities has been stated in that document, and I do stress that policy does evolve beyond static documents. And in that context, I think AUKUS is a major development which is of a nature which could really bolster the UK's stance in the Indo-Pacific. The arbitration of what it may mean in terms of allocation of resources and prioritization more generally, I think remains to be seen. It's also very context dependent. I think we can't just speak in general terms here. Russia poses a particular challenge to the UK, as the CISS chief outlined at the IISS last week. I think that challenge is being addressed, and I didn't detect in his remarks any contradiction between the focus on Russia and the closer focus now on China. And I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is to the panelists with regard to the proliferation potential of nuclear latency in civilian nuclear programs, especially in East Asia, given that it is considered as one of the major proliferation challenges in the near future. Why is it that India's civilian nuclear program that is outside safeguards and the huge stockpiles of weapon usable fissile materials that it is accumulating is not the focus of non-proliferation debate and discussion, especially in academic studies in the West? Thank you.
Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you, sir. Antoine Levesque.
Can you answer the question that has been asked? Or you want it to be repeated?
No, I think I got the gist of the question. I think it's an important question. Of course, fissile material is one of the bases on which discussion of nuclear weapons capability, threats, and perception rests. These are closely guarded secrets in many countries. There was an effort back in the 1990s between Russia and the US to manage stocks in a way which would make them safer for everyone. I think the interest in global fissile material stocks is real in a number of governments, including Western ones. It is another thing for that interest to be described in any detail publicly. And I'll stop with that.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? I have no question from the virtual audience to Dr. Andrei Pavlov. Dr. Andrei Pavlov, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. The question is, assuming that US accepts Russia as a compatible power and concedes space, will that lead to harmonious relations and distancing Russia from China? Also allude to what US and Russia desire from each other. Should I repeat?
No, yes, I heard the question, so I can take it. Thank you. Well, the situation described in the question is extremely hypothetical, I would say. And we should remember that even in 1990s, when it seemed that rivalry between Russia and the US was almost over in the sphere of mutual nuclear deterrence, both countries regarded each other as partners, but at the same time were creating their nuclear doctrines to deter each other anyway. So I don't think that the scenario that the situation will change so dramatically so that Russia and the US will be real partners. I don't think it's realistic, first of all. Secondly, Russia and China are neighbors, and definitely important for Russia to keep good relations, stable, friendly, the best relations with China in any conditions. We have a long border, we have a very complicated history of relations previously. So that geographical, I would say geopolitical position, at least at the minimum, will always determine Russia wish to not to say side with any country which would oppose China if Russian interests are not involved directly, and preserve positive and friendly relations with China. So that will be my answer.
The next question is to the panelists. Nobody has given a name to whom the question is asked, but we can later on see that who can ask this question. The ongoing low in India-Pakistan relations does not seem to have affected strategic stability of South Asia. Is this assumption misplaced? May I ask Tong Zhou and Janice Starr to ask this question, to answer this question? Mr. Tong Zhou, have you
yes,
heard the question?
I didn't get the last few words of the question. May I ask you to briefly repeat the question? Thank you so much.
Yeah. The ongoing low in India-Pakistan relations does not seem to have affected strategic stability of South Asia. Is this assumption misplaced?
I can explain my understanding of the main Chinese perspective on that issue. I think in general, China grows increasingly anxious about the Indian-Pakistan rivalry and its implications for strategic stability in South Asia. I think China is more worried today than before that the Indian-Pakistani tensions could undermine strategic stability. It could lead to more dangerous nuclear arms competition. It could also raise the risk of a conventional conflict being escalated to the nuclear level. So I think it's obvious that concern is growing in the Chinese policy community. But I haven't seen much detailed discussion about what should be done or how China can contribute to mitigate that risk. But I think the concern of the implication is certainly increasingly strong.
Dr. Chima, let me take this on. I think to answer simply the question that the current law between India and Pakistan does not seem to have affected the strategic stability. Is this misplaced? I think it is misplaced. In particular because, as I mentioned, the operationalization of SSBNs and not only the operationalization of SSBN but statements by the topmost Indian leadership and other political leaders virtually threatening Pakistan about consequences of nuclear weapons. I think this, of course, has affected strategic stability. And I will refer to General Kidwai's initial remarks where he said that Pakistan will take all measures and make all efforts to bring about cost-effective solutions to restore the strategic stability. Having said that, the Indian leadership's attitude and bellicosity in brandishing nuclear weapons, I think, need to be condemned at the international level. And we see a deafening silence, particularly in the West, about such statements, which is pretty disturbing and not understood by the strategic community, in particular in Pakistan.
The next question is also not confined to any one panelist. I can read the question and then you can decide who is going to answer that. Emerging technologies are generally understood as being disruptive. What are some of the ways in which certain emerging technologies can help maintain, restore strategic stability at the global level? Is the question clear? Can I request the distinguished panelists, is the question clear? May I ask Anton Lewis?
So, thank you. This is an important question. I think last time we held discussions in London, that question also came up, and I will offer a similar answer, which is that technological change, besides being unavoidable and something which strategic planners have to contend with, can be a stabilizing factor for international affairs if it bolsters deterrence. I think we should remember that. And there's plenty of historical precedent for that. But it can also bring about arms control, which I think my co-panelists agreed is not the favour and flavour of the day, but certainly within regional context could be more palatable to some than others. And then we are going down within that idea, you go down a number of gradients, which can include limitation, which can include reduction, and I'm referring here to the pioneering talks which were conducted between the US and Russia in the late 70s and 80s and even beyond. So there's plenty of evidence that emerging technology can, in the long term, lead to stability and to reduction of arsenals. But of course, in the immediate instance, it does tend to fuel uncertainty and to fuel arms racing, provided countries have the means to follow. And there's usually a cap beyond which countries will agree not to go simply for economic expedient reasons. And I think that argument is extremely valid in the case of South Asia, dare I say, India and Pakistan in particular, hence my question to General Kidwai earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you. May I repeat the same question to Mr. Tong Zhou?
I very much agree with the previous speaker. I think that was a very good answer. I will just add briefly that in some cases, new technologies could help enhance situational awareness, including advanced remote sensors, space-based sensors, and also AI technologies. They can play a role in collecting information in a more effective and efficient way. If the information is used wisely and carefully, it could help decision makers develop better situational awareness during a crisis, and that could reduce risk of misunderstanding and therefore inadvertent escalation. So that's another way I think some new technologies can have a positive impact on strategic stability.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next question is to Dr. Andrei Pavlov. The question is, a discriminatory and biased approach by the US is making Pakistan vulnerable against Indian hegemonic ambitions. How do you see the Russian approach towards strategic stability in South Asia?
Thank you very much. I think, first of all, that Russia is trying hard to be an impartial in this conflict, and trying not to be involved in this opposition on any side. I think when Russia stresses the significance of dialogue, negotiations, consultations, and for example, stress the significance of Shanghai Cooperation Organization and like support the development of dialogue inside the SCO. This way, Russia is trying to be really impartial and facilitate the process, and not to be involved, because the situation is very complicated, very complex, and Russia still have another problems to resolve, and additional problems is not in Russian interest to have some additional problems in this case. So I think impartiality and facilitation is two principles which Russia try to apply to this situation. And I also would like to add a bit on the previous question, if I may, please.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. So I also agree with my colleagues, but I also would like to rephrase the question itself, because I think now the main problem is how to make development of new technologies less destabilizing, or to avoid destabilization of situations in different regions and globally because of this development. And this is possible, I think, if there will be a greater transparency in the approaches to development of these technologies, in the concepts, how these technologies can be used, and maybe some dialogue concerning the use of these technologies to avoid misperceptions, which I think is a serious threat today. So prevention of destabilization, how we can use those technologies. We cannot reinvent new technologies. We cannot avoid this development, but dialogue how to make it less destabilizing is, I think, absolutely necessary.
Thank you very much. I am profoundly grateful to all the four panelists for making very lucid and very clear presentations. I'm equally thankful and profoundly have a gratitude toward the organizers, Ambassador Naqvi and his team, for particularly making such an excellent environment for having this session. I'm also grateful to General Kidwai for finding his time with a very busy schedule, and I'm also very grateful to those who have assisted in the conduct of this conference, either from the CISS or otherwise, or from the NUS side. So I'm been asked to close, although I wanted to say a few things myself, but I've been asked to close this session. So we hereby close this session. So over to Huma or Ambassador Naqvi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chima, for this very productive session. You handled it very well, sir. Now we will commence our second working session, Regional Security Dynamics of South Asia, Opportunities and Challenges. The session chair is Ambassador Zamir Akram. Ambassador Zamir Akram has served as the Pakistan ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva from October 2008. Ambassador Akram joined the Foreign Service of Pakistan in July 1978 and has held various diplomatic assignments in Pakistan missions abroad, including in Moscow, Geneva, New Delhi, and Washington, and served as Pakistan ambassador to Nepal from August 2002 to March 2005. Ambassador Akram has also served in a variety of positions at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Islamabad. He holds a master's degree in IR from London School of Economics and Political Science. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the CISS for inviting me to participate in this very important seminar and also to chair this very important session on regional security dynamics of South Asia, opportunities and challenges. Now, the CISS has prepared a set of questions which we expect the speakers, who I will introduce in a minute, to address, and these questions are: what are some of the critical challenges impacting peace and stability in South Asia? How shall the US withdrawal from Afghanistan impact regional security in the long run? What part Russia and China can play in stabilizing the region? And what are the geopolitical implications of US-China engagement in South Asia? Now, before I turn to the speakers, let me say a few words in order to flag some of the issues that we should be dealing with, or we should be addressing. I think that South Asia is today perhaps the most dangerous place on earth. There are 3 nuclear powers that share borders, and one of them has territorial disputes and history of animosity and even war with the other 2. So this is an incredibly overwhelming challenge to maintain peace and security in this very difficult region. And then, in addition, we have the impact on this region by the current geopolitical dynamics at the global level, which have further intensified the confrontation, or if not confrontation, certainly the competition between the main players in South Asia. So when we speak of challenges, I think the challenges are pretty obvious. But also when we talk of opportunities, I think, in my personal opinion, we are being at this time a bit too optimistic about opportunities, but in any case, we should try and see what are the possibilities. Now, in terms of the challenges, obvious most important issue from Pakistan is, of course, the relationship with India, with which we have, as we all know, a legacy of unresolved disputes for many decades. And the strategic stability, the relative level of strategic stability that was reached or evolved in 1998 after the nuclear tests by both countries was effectively squandered or undermined by two important developments. One was the Indian resort to the cold start doctrine to fight a limited conventional war despite the existence of nuclear deterrence. And the second has been the evolving Indo-US strategic partnership, starting with the Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, the NSG waiver, and the rest, as I will outline briefly. So, in this environment, of course, as was pointed out by General Kidwai earlier on, Pakistan had to take responsive measures in order to ensure its security, and this has been termed as full spectrum deterrence. Then, with the evolving rivalry between the United States and China, particularly over the last 10 years, but more intensive now than ever before, the US has turned to India as a net security provider. And as such, it has become a part of the quadrilateral alliance in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond that, which obviously involves a very high degree, intense level of Indian-US strategic cooperation, which is symbolized, I think, by the four foundational agreements that the two countries have signed in terms of high-tech and military cooperation. This has obviously contributed to enhancing India's strategic conventional capabilities, while also encouraging Indian belligerence, especially under the current Hindu fascist regime of Prime Minister Modi. And the manifestation of this kind of belligerence is not only directed towards Pakistan, which is in terms of the February 2019 confrontation, but also as a result of the Indian attempt to change the status of occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as the confrontation that has led to between India and China. Most recently, we are witnessing some Indian experts, some of them academics, some of them retired officials, even contemplating what is called a splendid disarming first strike against Pakistan. And this kind of belligerence and this kind of strategic thinking, to my mind, is a dangerous delusion, because, of course, no first strike can actually succeed in wiping out Pakistan's ability to respond. Then there is the China, India, Russia triangle that we need to also take into account. And as we all know, because of the differences between the US and China and between the US and Russia, the relationship between Russia and China has moved much closer against the United States. And this has created a geopolitical dilemma for India, because of India's traditional relationship with the Russians going back to the time of Indian independence. And it remains to be seen that whether this dichotomy between India's geopolitical compulsions on the one hand and its traditional friendship with Russia on the other will affect, and in what way will it affect, the dynamics of security in South Asia. But to take, to quote noted Indian military writer Parveen Swani on Twitter, which I just saw this evening, he has written that the key outcome of Putin's visit, which just took place, as you know, to India, the key outcome of Putin's visit is that while strongly opposing US Indo-Pacific strategies, Russia has given no assurance to India to talk to China on the line of actual control crisis between China and India. And so he concludes that India is therefore now on its own against China. Vis-a-vis China, of course, the Indians have been encouraged by the US to play a role that will balance the Chinese influence in this region and beyond. And this obviously has also led to tensions between India and China, which I just referred to in the Galwan clashes of 2020, 2019, 2020 in Ladakh is an example of that kind of confrontation. But as a result of that, in a geopolitical sense, India is now confronted with two front situations. It is confronted on the line of control with Pakistan, and it is confronted on the line of actual control with China. And though in the Indian military establishment has talked about fighting 2.5 wars, of being able to fight 2.5 wars against Pakistan, China and the Kashmiris, they have not done a pretty good job of fighting even the half war against the Kashmiris. So they are in a very difficult, I would say, in a difficult strategic environment. Let me say a few words now about Pakistan-US relations, which obviously also have had an impact and will continue to have an impact on this region. Pakistan-US relations, in my view, have always lacked a durable anchor, a relationship which is important in and of itself between the two countries. Pakistan's role for the US has been one of a facilitator and one where they have turned to us when it has suited their strategic interest to do so. At other times, one can say that this relationship has been, at best, of benign neglect. But today that is not the case because of two factors, or three. First, the US dehyphenation of its relationship between Pakistan and India because of its need to focus on India as a counterweight to China, and a policy that seeks to balance between the two, which is totally unrealistic, because as the US builds up India's military capabilities, it threatens Pakistan's security environment. And as was also discussed earlier today, Pakistan cannot and should not deal with India's intentions. It is India's capabilities with which we need to deal with. Then there has been the consistent policy of US discrimination against Pakistan on nuclear issues, which still continues. And I will not dwell on that because this has been covered already. Then the new factor that has emerged recently has been the impact of the China-US confrontation, since it impacts on Pakistan's relations with China itself. Pakistan's strategic partnership with China, CPEC as an example, has been a issue which the US has been critical, particularly talking about the debt burden of the debt trap and talking about how the China-Pakistan dependency relationship is undermining Pakistan's independence, etc. But the fact remains that the real opposition to CPEC as a part of the BRI is that it undermines the American overall strategy of containing China through its Indo-Pacific strategy, because the BRI provides a strategic option for the Chinese, and CPEC is a part of that option. So this is it. And then finally, the latest developments that we have seen unfold across the Durand line and across the border with Afghanistan has added further complications to the relationship between Pakistan and the United States. The US, despite all its faults, which it has refused to recognize, has looked upon or has projected Pakistan as being responsible for its debacle that it has faced in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. And in actual fact, Pakistan has been used as a scapegoat for American failures. And we saw this and we witnessed this scapegoating in the recent hearings in Congress, where Pakistan was blamed for helping the Taliban and for playing a double game. But I want to quote here a friend of mine, a very well-known professor from the United Kingdom, Professor Anatole Levin, who recently wrote in an article that Pakistan did not play a double game. Pakistan simply protected its own interests. And that interest is, and we have for now succeeded in achieving that interest, and that is to negate the two-front threat that we have faced from Afghanistan and India simultaneously for the past 20 years. So now, of course, the Afghan situation has not stabilized. There is not a looming but an existing humanitarian crisis. There is the threat of a return of terrorism, especially by the Islamic State of Khorasan. There is the problem of refugees as a result of these the situation in Afghanistan, and of course there's the continuing problem of drug trafficking. So these are the difficulties that we face vis-a-vis Afghanistan. But what is the okay? So let me end by talking a bit about the opportunities. From what I have described in terms of Afghanistan and in terms of the situation in South Asia, all countries, all stakeholders have an interest to stabilize this region. Starting point could be Afghanistan to avert a humanitarian crisis, overcome the threat of terrorism, and eradicate drug trafficking. A stable Afghanistan can also open up avenues for regional cooperation, connectivity, and integration. In this, Pakistan, China, Russia, Iran, and the Central Asian states are already on the same page. There is no reason why the US and India can also not become partners in such a endeavor. So, with these rather longish, and I apologize for that, rather longish opening remarks, I will now introduce the speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Desmond Bowen. Mr. Bowen is a former UK civil servant who has specialized in defense and security issues. He has served in the Ministry of Defense and Cabinet Office, at NATO headquarters, and in the negotiating delegation for the Treaty on Conventional Armed Forces in Europe. Later, he has had nuclear policy responsibilities. He was educated at Oxford and was a fellow at the Center for International Affairs at Harvard, and also a visiting professor at Reading University. The second speaker is Dr. Kirill Likhachev. Dr. Likhachev is a PhD associate professor at the School of International Relations, St. Petersburg State University. He specializes in relations between Russia, India, China, US, and on the security challenges of South Asia, especially the problem of international terrorism. He teaches courses on history of East and South Asian countries. He is a member of the academic board of the National Committee for BRICS Studies in Moscow. And then the third speaker is Dr. Atiya Ali Kazmi, who is a senior research and policy analyst at Pakistan's premier university-based think tank, the NUST Institute of Policy Studies in Islamabad. She has served a distinguished career in academia with experience in teaching, research, and administration at esteemed institutions spread over 2 decades. She has organized and participated in various international and local conferences and Track 1.5 or Track 2 events. Dr. Kazmi has authored reports, policy and research papers, book chapters, etc. Her areas of interest include STI, science, technology and innovation policy, international relations, regional integration, geopolitics and strategy, US-China relations, BRI and CPEC, public policy, conflict resolution, and nuclear non-proliferation. Her recent book is The Road to Balance in Asia-Pacific, Geopolitics of American Rebalancing and Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. So with this distinguished panel, we shall now commence our consideration of the regional security dynamics of South Asia, opportunities and challenges, and I will first give the floor to Mr. Desmond Bowen. Mr. Bowen, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much to the CISS for the invitation to participate in this event. You, Chair, have painted a very big geopolitical picture. I was going to paint in a small portion of that on regional security dynamics. And I'd start by saying that state security advisors and policy wonks in ministries of defense tend to focus on threats which are posed by adversaries in uniform and non-state actors who are not in uniform but perpetrate acts of violence. Thinking is conditioned to make assessments of tank invasions and terrorist atrocities, attacks on significant targets from the air and at sea, and ultimately the potential for and consequences of nuclear use. It's an essential part of working out how denial and deterrence should be organized. But I want to start by thinking about the region through multiple other lenses. Can people hear me? Yes. Let us commence with the impact of a humanitarian crisis. There's one going on, as others have said, right now in Afghanistan. Starvation and worse is looming for millions, coupled with a drought that is the worst in 35 years. Many will die. It's not clear how much the international community will or will be allowed to alleviate the suffering. There are clearly potential consequences in terms of migration flows already occurring towards Iran. But there will also be political perceptions by regional rulers and neighboring populations about the competence of the Taliban regime and about effective action by the international community. It seems that the priorities of the Afghan regime are likely to be clearly delineated with security and justice to the fore. But what of the responsibility for excess deaths, particularly if certain ethnicities or provinces are harder hit than others? COVID-19 will take its toll as well. Now, this is a human security problem with wider and deeper connotations. Grievance, humiliation, despair, and injustice are strong vectors of political action, both for those suffering directly and the perception of others in the region. We all know that COP26 met in Glasgow over the last few weeks. I mention it not just because it's in the headlines or because Glasgow is in the United Kingdom, but because the region itself is already climate insecure. Bangladesh is threatened by rising water levels and an increased frequency and intensity of cyclones. Monsoons are more variable, and that will affect agriculture. The melting glaciers are already affecting Pakistan and India and making water sharing under the Indus Waters Treaty an issue of contention. Water security is not a trivial issue, nor indeed are the intense heat waves endured globally this year. The effects are rarely felt only in one country, but will have regional impact, with the need for cooperative solutions where cooperation is in short supply. Now, another domain with security implications is that of cyber. The primary concern has often been focused on criminal hacking and stealing, whether it is for IPR, intellectual property, or money. The state of Bangladesh was the victim of the latter in 2016 through massive fraud, probably perpetrated by the DPRK, by North Korea. The aspect of security I wish to address has to do with the well-being and cohesion of the state. There is now clear evidence of Russian campaigns to sow dissension and capitalize on divisions inside Western countries through social media, particularly in periods of election or when international tensions are rising. Examples are increasingly well documented. See, for example, the Mueller report. And I fear that others in the wider world will find it attractive to pursue such malign exercises in time. The security of the state can be placed in jeopardy by such activity if left unchecked and without the reinforcement of resilience mechanisms. The threat to cohesion and stability is worthy of close attention to avoid the exacerbation of atavistic animosities across the region, which could ignite conflict. Mob violence is already a problem, as evidenced in Sialkot very recently. Now, all the above can have a bearing on the security of any state. I'm not addressing myself only to South Asia, but this South Asia is the focus at the moment. Their dynamics are not well understood, but I suggest they need closer scrutiny and attention to ensure that security is maintained. Now, traditional security concerns range from state-on-state conflict to international terrorism, sponsored or not by a state. Afghanistan is now ruled by a regime whose leaders many still designate as terrorists. Their ascent to power was not consensual or peaceful. Violence, combined with much guile and financial inducement, was the essential ingredient. The Doha-Kandahar Taliban say that they will stick to their undertaking that international terrorism will not be launched from the territory of Afghanistan, although the incidence of ISIS attacks at home has not been reassuring. Another faction of the Taliban, represented by the so-called Haqqani network, which has a particularly violent reputation and allegedly has links to ISI, may not be so committed. The figure I have heard quoted authoritatively of some 8,000 to 9,000 terrorists in Afghanistan who are not Taliban gives an idea of the size of the problem to be managed or suppressed. The size and the motivation of the terrorist groupings are, of course, varied. Some set their sights internally, inside Afghanistan, others on their close neighbors, and that includes Pakistan and, of course, India, and others on Islamist movements in Central Asia and China. The US threatens over-the-horizon intervention in the event of non-compliance. The same may go for other actors. Stability in the region is far from assured in such circumstances. Finally, a word on the nuclear confrontation between India and Pakistan, elements of which we have heard about earlier today from General Kidwai. Based on a reading of the two doctrines, the risk of nuclear use is, in my view, unacceptably high, with the ensuing possibility of both a regional and a global catastrophe. I would note that the ultimately benign, and I say benign in inverted commas, the ultimately benign outcome of the Pulwama Balakot attacks in 2019 has been cited by some as a sign of the maturity and discipline of the crisis management machinery of the two parties. Others have applauded the limited scale of the escalation, but have observed that chance played a major role in the outcome, since it is impossible, and I repeat, impossible, to script accurately multiple dynamic aerial interactions. But this did not develop into a nuclear crisis, even if there were unmistakable overtones. One of the things that has changed markedly since then is the revelation of China's ICBM silo building program, which implies a significant increase in their nuclear warhead stockpile. The implications for India have not yet been fully digested, nor indeed for its NFU, its no first use policy in particular. The precarious regional stability that exists now could have been given an unhelpful knock by a third party. So I conclude by saying that the regional dynamics are not reassuring for those who seek predictability and enduring stability. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bowen. Now I turn to Dr. Kirill Likachev. Dr. Likachev, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for introducing me, and I also would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this session. And probably I've got some questions to the previous participant, but according to the actual scene, I think I should start my report, and later maybe would like to ask some questions. I'm not going to present my research here in general. I think that my report would be focused purely on the Afghanistan issue and the critical challenges which impact peace and stability, which are quite obvious. Every single regional and most of the global powers perceive the Taliban regime through a prism of its radical ideology and its recent history. And each and every country is concerned of possible jihadist menace to expand in the region because of projected collapse of Afghanistan economy in the near term due to the existing international ban of the Taliban movement. And despite all the official statements of the Taliban representatives, whether in the context of negotiations in Doha or already from the Afghan soil after gaining power, actually I think that no country is really ready to believe completely that Taliban's promises and commitments of a new moderate, in inverted commas, maybe moderate course, would not be revised after the international community changes its attitude towards the particular regime. One of vivid example of the issue is the inclusive interim government issue and hard stance position of Taliban, which is not ready to share its authorities with some other socio-political groups in Afghanistan. And we may also mention some other bad examples of Taliban influence. I mean, maybe recent situation along with the Afghanistan-Tajikistan border, maybe some deepening humanitarian crisis or human rights violation, and so on. I think that in such circumstances, positive involvement of Russia and China, along with Pakistan, to a peace restoration process through direct negotiations with the Taliban de facto government is definitely a very pragmatic step in order to avoid a descent into chaos in the region. One of the dilemmas here is obvious contradictions between diplomatic steps to legitimize the Taliban government globally, while trying to confront its radical, although probably not so radical right now. Maybe it's more moderate, but rather radical ideology. To confront it through a domestic ban of the Taliban movement. For example, Russia continues to designate the Taliban movement as a terrorist group. Of course, all the United Nations members should follow its resolutions on Afghanistan and the Taliban movement. However, a rapid withdrawal of the United States from Afghanistan and complete failure, actually, I may say that, of the previous national government and national security forces in order to confront Taliban on equal footing evoke very complex question about future possible ways to resolve the current existing situation with the de facto single real power in Afghanistan. In this regard, it is rather interesting if a question of a possible exclusion of the Taliban movement from the United Nations blacklist of terrorist organizations is regarded as a possible alternative within the so-called extended Troika negotiations. And maybe my first point my first question is about the Russia-China-US possible collaboration possibilities, capabilities, and prospects for sharing similar views on the issue, while keeping in mind their permanent 5 membership and also at the very same time current contradictions between them. To my mind, such coherence is hardly possible so far, even after a period of diplomatic bargaining. It seems that the United States is worried about possible opportunities for China, and the chair has already appointed it. If the peace could be restored in Afghanistan, Beijing is supposed to become the largest beneficiary of the process. I mean the above-mentioned China-Pakistan economic corridor project in particular. It could be finally implemented as a widely promoted flagship project of the BRI initiative, Belt and Road Initiative of China. On the other turn, China is aware of the possible risks because increased investments in the Afghanistan business or maybe infrastructure still too risky as Taliban remains in conflict with rival militant groups. I've just heard the figures which impressed me much. It was about 9,000 militants who are not Talibs and they're in Afghanistan, so maybe they do belong to CISS or some other groups, and that's why this is one side of the coin, and another one, we never know about future possible intentions of the Afghanistan government with its neighboring countries in this respect, and that's why I think the only way to improve the situation at the moment is to provide technical support for reconstruction in Afghanistan from the Chinese side. In a broader perspective, I think Washington would likely confront further Chinese geoeconomic expansion in the region, including the negotiations on the Taliban status in the United Nations Security Council. That's why further negotiations process among the members, for example, of Shanghai's Cooperation Organization, seems to remain most influential ground for the negotiations for the Afghanistan issue. As for Russia, it likely plays the role of the security guarantor for the countries within the Russia-led Collective Security Treaty Organization framework in case, if possible, violation of agreements from Taliban would come true. In this respect, I would also mention India's different attitude to the negotiation process. It is highly symptomatic that India is excluded from the extended troika because the Indian government is not ready to cooperate directly with Taliban and to agree with the Taliban's faster legitimization as the only possible solution. India worries about the spillover of the insurgency into the disputed territory of Kashmir, which borders Afghanistan and constitutes a long-lasting base for controversies between India and Pakistan. Result. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, I was saying that the recent skirmishes between China and India was largely caused by this issue, this controversy over the Kashmir territory, and resolving this security situation in South Asia without proactive involvement of the largest country of the region seems to be another very complex issue. Keeping in mind India's fears of the so-called, in inverted commas, Russia-China-Pakistan axis, and also recent rapprochement between New Delhi and Washington. However, it seems that India's hard stance towards Taliban does not reflect the real state of affairs in Afghanistan at the moment. So it probably has to change its attitude to the restoration process later. And another question maybe is a subject of debate. It relates to a possible deterioration of the situation in Afghanistan, accompanied by deepening socio-economic crisis, local skirmishes of Taliban with maybe members of ISIS, or with the neighboring countries, or even a large-scale insurgency. Could China and Russia broke the United Nations sanctions in order to start economic relations or even to send humanitarian support to Afghanistan, at least in such circumstances? And could the United Nations make a waiver for its sanctions in that case, for example, on the conditions of the Russia-China-US somehow preliminary agreements defining these particular subjects? And so far it seems that one of the possible ways to start with is to hold an international donor conference under the auspices of the United Nations. Nevertheless, it's not clear to me if such an initiative could be supported by the international community. And probably my last point, and I'm not sure that it's not off top of the topic of the discussion today, but it is about a possible lack of unity among the Taliban leadership. Is it myth or not? I mean, how serious can be perceived those suggestions that there are real tensions or even a split between the Taliban political wing leader Mullah Baradar and the leader of the Haqqani network, which is closely connected to Taliban military faction? If so, the question is about its implications or possible implications for the future negotiation process, no matter whether within the extended troika or a wider format of negotiations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Likachev. Now I will give the floor to Dr. Atiya Ali Kazmi.
Thank you, Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good evening to all present in this room and those joining us virtually. In the allotted time, I'll make some propositions to answer questions for this session. And as the context, here are my 4 key points based on my geopolitical analyses. First, when we talk of South Asia, the discussion spotlights on 2 and only 2 states, Pakistan and India. And the irony of their bilateral relations says it all about the prospects of stability in this part of the world. Secondly, initiatives like American rebalancing and the new Build Back Better plan, the European Union's newly announced Global Gateway project, and China's Belt and Road Initiative, these all offer multiple avenues for collective development and have been very warmly received in regions other than South Asia. But this region is so far unable to benefit due to Indian stubbornness not to engage in useful regional initiatives. India is unwilling to join BRI thus far, but due to narrow self-interest, it enjoys $100 billion plus trade with China. The third proposition is that although the United States, Russia, and China are competitors, they do cooperate in a few areas, but this practice is entirely missing in the case of South Asia. And fourth, the Indian military buildup against China has acquired a legitimate place in Western agenda setting, whereas Pakistan's rational response against India has been unable to win any support. Rather, these efforts set off alarm bells everywhere. On the question about the critical challenges and opportunities impacting peace and stability in South Asia, I'll cover political and military dimensions. Some aspects might be repetitive, but I think that they're worth repeating until they are resolved. I'll be keeping a very sharp focus on our eastern neighbor. My key assertion is that South Asia is under the burden of great power rivalries and a revisionist state's efforts to alter regional and global order. It goes without saying that we live in an unstable environment and the nuclear risk is very high. I'll cover the disturbing political dimensions first, and we know that the issue of Kashmir is the pivot. No Pakistani recognized the Indian Constitution's erstwhile Articles 370 and 35A. However, a critical challenge to the resolution of Kashmir dispute has risen due to New Delhi's irresponsible but cleverly timed act of repealing these articles and depriving Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir of its limited autonomy. No person conscious of the international law and having a sense of history can ignore Kashmir's disputed status illegal transfer of population from India to the occupied territories, and brutalization of Kashmiris under the largest siege in modern times. Hence, peace in South Asia is under the threat of India's toxic mix of Hindutva and expansionist footprint. For geopolitical reasons, maybe, the West turns a blind eye towards two grave political developments here. One is India's intentional and institutionalized drift into extremism and fundamentalism, and the second is its discrimination against minorities, especially the Muslims. While India has drifted from secularism to Hindutva-driven extremism, Pakistan has successfully weaned away from the consequences of Afghan war. Extremism has never been our choice. And extremism and radicalism in our East will have lasting impact and is even likely to generate an extra-regional effect. From the military vantage point, South Asian situation is no different. India's reckless behavior is not only being overlooked, but it's being propped up as the so-called net security provider. And other speakers have also spoken about it. West is actively assisting India in vertically proliferating, apparently to contain China. The trade waiver granted by NSG in 2008 and the 4 foundational agreements with the US are 2 major examples. I'll just quickly skip points related to Indian vertical proliferation as they have been covered. But the military technologies India is acquiring, it's very important to note that whatever technology it's acquiring using China, bogey, from the United States, its allies, as well as from any other country, directly affect Pakistan. Simply put, the key point of Indian strategic behavior is that it has been behaving irresponsibly as a nuclear power. India has made nuclear thresholds fluid. There is a need to delegitimize this nuclear brinkmanship. Let me punctuate with few examples. In 2009 Kashmir crisis, there was a muted international response to the Indian Prime Minister's nuclear threats to Pakistan. India mobilized nuclear submarines and aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea. After the pilot was captured, India resorted to nuclear brinkmanship, asserting that they would attack at 6 places, and PM Modi claimed that had Pakistan not returned the pilot, it would have been a night of massacre. Ladies and gents, India rejects strategic dialogue with Pakistan and scuttles nuclear diplomacy and arms control agreements. It has taken nuclear brinkmanship to a higher level. Unfortunately, some countries look at India as a state that was founded on Gandhi's legacy, but they miss out that now Gandhi's assassins rule the country and have their finger on the nuclear button as well. One should not forget that the Modi, Doval, Amit Shah Troika are risk takers and don't understand the dynamics and risks of nuclear escalation. Therefore, I recommend that the US must play a responsible role not only in dispute but also crisis resolution in South Asia. It cannot afford to stand aloof or just profess conflict management. Media reports hold that during the February 2019 Kashmir crisis, Washington encouraged New Delhi to retaliate by exercising the right of self-defense. Allow me to remind that the UN Charter's Article 51 on the right of self-defense does not apply to situations where a state creates a false flag operation in a UN-recognized disputed territory. Later, the United States reportedly refused to clarify that their national security advisor had given a go-ahead to his Indian counterpart. The Kashmir crisis de-escalated only due to the speed of Pakistan's strong quid pro quo plus response strategy. The response was coupled with the uncertainty of an escalatory rung with FSD at play. Lastly, another aspect of unstable military environment is the blatant unleashing of hybrid warfare against Pakistan through subversion, through terrorism, and through conventional maneuvers below the nuclear threshold. Ladies and gentlemen, the second question is about the impact of American withdrawal from Afghanistan. I propose that the US and Pakistan should collaborate to deal with the growing humanitarian crisis, financial viability of Afghanistan, counterterrorism, and managing refugee outflows. The recent developments in Afghanistan have strained US-Pakistan relations. American media outlets and other interest groups have held Pakistan responsible for the debacle. However, Biden administration has been comparatively a bit sanguine regarding the matter. I also propose that if the US and NATO residual forces in the region opt for counter-terrorism operations, they should consider taking the Afghan government on board. This is very essential for stability in this region. The third and the last question is about the part Russia, China, and the United States can play in stabilizing the region. I'll only add to what the worthy speakers have just said that while Troika Plus are making strenuous efforts to stabilize the situation in and around Afghanistan, India will keep trying to be an arsonist and the fireman. It's giving some humanitarian aid, but is also reportedly harboring anti-Taliban elements, which is a counterproductive trend. One would expect a responsible behavior from India, and its friends could perhaps influence New Delhi for their own long-term good. And about the geopolitics of US-China relations, I'll just say that the letter is smartly focused on its very pragmatic foreign policy of economic engagements near and far, and building a community of shared futures and win-wins. And Dr. Zhao has already expressed that once dragged in competition, his country will prove itself in number and quality. So, ladies and gents, I conclude on four somber notes. First is that Pakistan does not want to be caught in the crosshairs of the global rivalries, simply because it wants a peaceful rise and it needs to focus on sustainable development of its 220 million people. And secondly, the Indian and Pacific Oceans are large enough, these regions are large enough to accommodate several competing economic interests. And a zero-sum game being played at the cost of South Asia and this region shall be costly for the players that seek to use the military instrument. Thirdly, the West, through its acts of omission and commission, has vitiated South Asian region's security environment, and an unstable South Asia is not in their long-term interest. If it is part of the containment strategy of China, it's not a pragmatic focus. And I would just conclude while saying that with big power status comes responsibility that the West must take. I end here. Thank you for patient hearing.
I thank all three speakers for their very interesting and comprehensive presentations. We now come to the question and answer session, and I'd like to know if there is who would like to ask the first question.
I'd like to ask from Mr. Bovin a question.
Please.
Mr. Bovin, you still call the Taliban as terrorists. Now, if that is the approach that the West is going to keep, Taliban will, in your eyes, always look like bad guys, and you will never think of rehabilitating them. I would like to draw your attention to Northern Ireland, Ireland itself. The terrorists of yesterday became your patriotic Irish people and then patriotic Great Britain's citizens. Why can't you change your mindset? What they were doing was basically trying to overthrow the invading horde's yoke around their necks. Is there any chance that the West will start thinking them as freedom fighters who didn't want Afghanistan to be occupied and ruled by invaders? Or you will keep calling them terrorists and we will not have peace in Afghanistan, because you can bring Afghanistan to a peaceful state if you help them. Thank you.
Dr. Bourne, would you like to reply?
John? Thanks for the question. I don't speak for Britain or indeed for the West. And what I said was that Afghanistan is ruled by a regime whose leaders many still designate as terrorists. That's a fact, and my Russian colleague said the same. They are on terrorist lists, which either are national or, but above all, are United Nations lists. There is a process, I guess, which will lead in due course to some kind of accommodation, whether that means recognition or not, I think is very much remains to be seen. But it's not something that happens overnight. So I wouldn't rule out that there will be progress, if that's the right word, at some stage. But I do think that it, and again, quoting my Russian colleague, it does rather depend upon how the Taliban behave. They talked about an inclusive government, but inclusive government seems to involve having a Taliban member of the Hazara ethnicity, and that seems to be their idea, that they have been inclusive rather than that they seek a wider representation of the constituent parts of Afghanistan. And inherent in this is the idea, which I have heard put about, that the Taliban kind of arrived in power by consensus. They didn't arrive in power by consensus, they arrived by violence, let's be clear. Now, they are, nevertheless, the regime in power. And I think there is recognition around the world that people need to talk to them. And indeed, there is considerable dialogue. Is this us? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So I'm in answer to the question, will there be some kind of accommodation? There's certainly dialogue going on. It's, I think, remarkable that there have been so many envoys and representatives who have engaged with the Taliban. But I think it does depend upon a sense of the Taliban, as it were, living up to their commitments, the commitments that they seem to make, and others, who want to engage, not least for humanitarian reasons.
Okay, I have a couple of, you want to, go ahead. Mohammed Ali?
Thank you, sir. My question is aimed at Desmond Bowen. Can you hear me, Mr. Bowen?
There you are.
Mr. Bowen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. I appreciate your deep concern for the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, and also recognize adding the humanitarian aspect of human security to the topic of regional security. I noticed that you pointed out an isolated incident that recently happened in Sialkot, but we'll appreciate your valuable thoughts regarding the situation that the Indian illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir is facing, and also the minorities face in India. And secondly, can you suggest some tangible and substantive measures which the British government, in your assessment, can suggest or consider in order to play its part in addressing the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan? And if I can briefly ask Dr. Lekachev, that there is a perception in Pakistan that Moscow, okay.
Thank you for those questions. I think we have a number of others, so I will now turn to Mr. Bowen to respond to you. Mr. Bowen, you have the floor, please.
Well, I'll certainly respond, but I'm not sure I've got any of the answers. I mean, I think the problem with the humanitarian response is above all about, well, it's about two things. One is about access to those people who most need humanitarian support. So that means access to the country, but it also means the means by which it is delivered. So is it a question that it should be delivered only through the central organs of the Taliban in Kabul, or can it be delivered directly, either by humanitarian organizations or the UN? And it does seem to me, in terms of what's the best solution, I mean, it seems to me that the best solution actually is that the UN, through the World Food Programme, through UNDP, through UNHCR, I mean, actually who are present and have networks and organizations in place, ought to be given facilities and supported to enable them to do the best that they can do. Whether I mean, I think there are limitations, legal limitations, on what is sensible to do directly with the Taliban regime. I mean, that's the kind of the focus of my response. I mean, the comment about humanitarian concerns more widely, whether they be in India, in Kashmir. I mean, I'm not going to address myself to that. I mean, these are the longest standing and the most intractable sort. And I certainly don't have any solutions to them. And they are ultimately, for, local resolution, not, I think, for the, the wider world to provide answers. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask Mr. Ali Sarwar Naqvi to ask his question.
Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Bowen. It's a pleasure to see you.
Good to see you.
This is something, it evokes a certain comment from me rather than a question. That the West has to, and I don't want to be lecturing, but what you have said causes me to say all this, should realize that they have to look at the Taliban differently from what they do at the moment. And that is because the entire edifice built by the Bonn Conference of 2002 in regard to Afghanistan has come crashing down, and nobody realizes the severity of this calamity that has hit the Afghan people. Now, the Taliban, we will not discuss their ideology or thinking or mindset, but They are the people in power now, and they entered Afghanistan, they went into all the cities without a battle for Kabul, or battle for Kandahar, or a battle for Herat. They just walked in and they were accepted, and the people rose up in support. Now, many are also very unhappy about it, but the Taliban have come to power not through military force. They have come to power by virtue of the fact that the old regime was inefficient, badly governed, corrupt, and absolutely useless to the society in Afghanistan. So, we have to deal with this situation. The international community has to look at it. And yes, you are right that the UN should step in. But the whole thing of dismissing the Taliban as a bunch of terrorists and should not be dealt with, I think is very short-sighted and will not result in anything good. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bourne, would you like to respond, or shall I move to another question?
As my friend Ambassador Naqvi has said, and the calamity is indeed severe. I mean, I do contest the notion that the Taliban, the people rose up to welcome them. I don't think that is actually the case. I mean, I seem to remember scenes at Kabul airport of tens of thousands of people fleeing the Taliban, and I don't think we should forget that. I don't think they were welcome scenes for Afghans or for the international community. And I know that Pakistan actually played a very helpful role in securing some of that exit, but and the Qataris in particular, I think, on the, as it were, at the other end in the Gulf. I think there is recognition that the Taliban are now in charge. I mean, but there are still, not surprisingly, and the West and indeed the international community may be very forgetful, that there is still a recognition of how the Taliban behaved 1996 to 2001, and it wasn't a very pleasant sight, and it certainly wasn't a progressive sight. And now they may have adjusted some of their policies, but it doesn't make them, as it were, attractive partners. And I mean, I think there are two processes that are going on in parallel. One is to try to alleviate the humanitarian calamity directly with the UN and through NGOs, and the other is what sort of accommodation can be made with the regime. And that the latter is going to take longer, and the former, the calamity, the humanitarian calamity, needs to be addressed very rapidly, like now. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I just want to add that I think what Mr. Naqvi was alluding to was that the kind of Taliban takeover of Afghanistan did not result in a civil war that was being expected, and that in most places the Taliban actually took over cities and areas to which were surrendered by the government troops. As for people crowding at the Kabul airport, I would think that if the West decided to open its doors for unconditional entry to anybody from any developing country, that would be a scene that you would see in most developing countries. So I think that's not just about Afghanistan. Let me now turn to another question, which is for Dr. Kazmi from Mr. Antoine Levesque, who has asked, how do you propose US or other such countries as the UK or China play a role in the next Indo-Pakistan crisis, or the next possible Indo-Pakistan crisis, given the acts of omission you otherwise perceived?
Well, I think that
I have just received word from the technical people that everybody should turn on their mobile phones for the reason that there is voice interference from time to time. That is because mobile phones are engaged. So either you put it on silent or you turn it off. Thank you.
Well, I think that they shouldn't be waiting for another crisis to happen. And well before that, all disputes, and most categorically the Kashmir dispute needs their participation for its resolution. And I think that they can be very useful in that regard. Because so far, whatever we are, the empirical evidence tells us that it's whatever is all about the strategic partnership of the United States with India. It's, it appears to be more like hacking at the leaf and, not taking care of the roots. So the root, the problems at the root level should be addressed. And I think that the United States and the United Kingdom can play a very active and impressive role in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Now there is a question from any speaker of do you agree with the chair's comment that all stakeholders want stability in Afghanistan, and how can the US play a positive role in addressing the instability in the wake of its pullout from Afghanistan? Can the recognition of the Taliban government with whom the US negotiated its withdrawal in the first place and release of frozen Afghan assets be of any help? Would anybody like to respond? Dr. Likachev, would you like to respond to that?
Actually, I think that I've already done it partly during my presentation, and to my mind, of course, the US is seeking a way to resolve the crisis, but on its own terms, if it's possible, of course. So I think that now there will be a period of bargaining till the situation deteriorates badly. And I think that actually in general I am not sure about so much interest from Washington towards rather rapid resolving this situation. I do not think that this role of a positive peacemaker could correspond to the actual interests of the United States, because all the problems which are going on in this particular region now seems to be the problems more of the regional states, regional players, but not of the United States to a great extent.
Thank you. We now come to the last question because of the time, and the last question is going to be asked by General Asaf.
Thank you, Chair. My question is directed towards Mr. Bowen. During your presentation, you had mentioned that US may use its over-the-horizon targeting capabilities to target terrorists in Afghanistan and other countries. I wanted a clarification. By other countries, what do you mean? Does it include Pakistan as well? Thank you.
Well, I don't think I did say and other countries. I think the US has threatened over-the-horizon intervention for the case where an international terrorist attack is mounted from Afghan territory. That seems to me to be what they have said publicly. There hasn't been any explanation as to how they would do that. Indeed, there's been a lot of commentary to the effect that mounting an over-the-horizon riposte or response would be very difficult if you're not on the ground or even in the region. I think there's a big question, but I think it's a big question for others who may not have done an agreement with the Taliban in Doha, but there's just as much interest, I think, in Russia and indeed in China, for example, let alone Pakistan and India, to ensure that there are no terrorist attacks being, as it were, thought out, planned and mounted out of Afghanistan. So, and that's my concern, is that, if actually the Taliban regime can't control the territory and suppress the other organizations, the terrorist organizations, whether it's ISK or whether it's TTP or whether it's LET, whoever they may be, if they can't control them, there's a danger of some kind of response. How organized, how accurate, how effective, I have no idea. But it's not a very, in terms of stability and the prospect for a peaceful and stable Afghanistan, it's not an attractive proposition.
Thank you. We now come to the end of session 2. I thank all the participants for their presentations, and now we will, I think, move on to session 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Zamir Akram, for a very, very interesting and loaded session. Now we will commence our third working session, the Global Nuclear Security Architecture, Regional Trends, Challenges and the Way Forward. The chair is Ambassador Tahmina Janjua. Ambassador Tahmina Janjua became Foreign Secretary in 2017 and becoming the first woman to hold the highest career position in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was ambassador and permanent representative to UN Geneva and the Conference on Disarmament, ambassador to Italy, accredited to Albania, Slovenia, FAO, FAD and WFP, also served at UN New York. He was spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry, Director General Strategic Planning, held important staff appointments with National Security Advisor and several foreign secretaries. She represented Pakistan in several international conferences, presided over the Geneva-based Conference on Disarmament in 2016. She was the first woman and the first developing country representative to preside over the review conference of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons in 2016. She is currently member of the Advisory Council on Foreign Affairs. She holds a master's degree in International Affairs from Columbia University, New York, and French Language and Literature from Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon and elsewhere and good evening here. I've been asked to address the subject of global nuclear security architecture, regional trends, challenges, and the way forward. I'll make a few comments and then pass it on to the speakers that we have today, the illustrious speakers that we have today. The events of September 11, 2001 brought issues related to nuclear security to the forefront and spurred a series of critical actions. On the international nuclear landscape and over the last 2 decades, the progress achieved in nuclear security front has been far greater than movement in other areas, in arms control related areas. This was largely a result of the importance attached to decisively address the threat posed by malicious actors to the security of nuclear materials and facilities. During this period on the normative front, the CPPNM was amended to expand its scope and coverage. The Convention Against Nuclear Terrorism was concluded and entered into force. The UN Security Council adopted Resolution 1540, which has since been institutionalized with success. Significant contribution in terms of attracting high-level attention to this important issue emanated from the series of 4 nuclear security summits that were held between 2010 and 2016. Pakistan participated actively in all summits and contributed to the outcomes of these summits. There was consensus emanating from the nuclear security summits, as has been indicated by General Kidbai, that nuclear security is a national responsibility. This crucial aspect needs to be preserved as it enhances ownership, lessens politicization, and promotes practical action at the domestic level. IAEA, with its almost universal membership, remains best placed to continue promoting norms of nuclear security. Today, IAEA is the single most authoritative institution on the normative and operational aspects of nuclear security. IAEA's nuclear security program has been considerably strengthened and consolidated. Its nuclear security series documents provide critical guidance to countries worldwide, and the agency provides a range of other nuclear security related services and capacity building to its member states. Pakistan has been actively involved in the work done in collaboration with IAEA. Similarly, the UN today, as the repository of ICSANT and the custodian of UNSCR 1540, has an enhanced role in the domain of nuclear security. Taken together, this mix of normative and institutional framework provides confidence in the adequacy and efficiency of the present international nuclear security system, a question that we will be asking later to all the panelists. Pakistan has come a long way during the last 2 decades. A series of legislative, regulatory, administrative, and operational measures that have been put in place to comprehensively cover the entire spectrum of nuclear security requirements. Pakistan's continuous improvements in the nuclear security architecture in line with IAEA guidelines have been internationally appreciated. As an area where complacency is not an option and the threat keeps evolving, there is a need to keep a close watch over the emerging challenges at all levels. Pakistan is committed to do so. In our neighborhood, unfortunately, in our neighborhood to the east, this year alone, 3 separate incidents of theft and illicit possession of nuclear material, as well as radioactive sources, were reported. More thought needs to go into the factors and circumstances of these repeated occurrences. We need to look at them closely, and IAEA needs to take view of it. At the international level, in addition to plugging any loopholes that might exist in the current framework, the risks posed by new technologies and trends also needs to be addressed, something that has been discussed a bit earlier as well. Cybersecurity, for instance, is one area where greater international attention would help in raising awareness and putting in place effective measures for prevention, detection, and response. Also, the security of radioactive materials, which are more widely spread and used all over the world as compared to nuclear materials, merits a commensurate focus. The effectiveness of the international regime is largely dependent on the implementation at the national level. Norms established through inclusive and participatory consensus-based processes carry universal acclaim and hence always prove more effective. There is a need not only to keep adapting the international normative and institutional framework, but also keep translating them into effective national action, which Pakistan is actively doing. Here, the role of IAEA and the review conference of the amended CPPNM is critical. Ladies and gentlemen, While it is true that the worst fears related to the misuse of nuclear and other radioactive materials have fortunately not materialized thanks to effective national and international action, the risk has not entirely subsided, as has been seen in our neighborhood. Ensuring nuclear security remains as crucial as ever. As it is often said, nuclear security is a journey, not a destination. We have an excellent panel of experts today with us who will shed light on three aspects of nuclear security. Firstly, an assessment of the efficacy of the existing international practices, norms, and institutions. Secondly, a review of the challenges in the regional and international level. And lastly, identification of measures that could be taken at the national level to address emerging challenges. We have with us today Mr. Kenneth Luongo. Kenneth N. Luongo is a recognized innovator, entrepreneur, and leader in global nuclear and transnational security policy. He is the founder and president of the Partnership for Global Security and the creator of the Global Nexus Initiative. He has served as senior advisor to the Secretary of Energy, U.S. Secretary of Energy for Non-Proliferation Policy, and simultaneously at the Department of Energy as the Director of Office of Arms Control and Non-Proliferation, Director of Russia and newly independent states, and Director of North Korea Task Force. He has authored many articles, has been a TEDx presenter, and has engaged extensively with the global media. Mr. Luongo served from 1994 to 1997 as the Senior Advisor to the Secretary of Energy for Non-Proliferation and simultaneously as the Department of Energy's Director of Arms Control and Non-Proliferation. The list is long. I will continue only to say that Mr. Luongo also was a Senior Visiting Fellow and a visiting research collaborator at Princeton University's Program on Science and Global Security. Just shows how important his presence here is today. Secondly, we have Mr. Christopher Clary. Christopher Clary is an assistant professor of political science. His research focuses on the sources of cooperation in interstate rivalries, the causes and consequences of nuclear proliferation, U.S. defense policy, and the politics of South Asia, very relevant to our discussions today. He was postdoctoral fellow at the Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs at Brown University and a predoctoral fellow at the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs at Harvard University, a Stanton Nuclear Security predoctoral fellow at the Rand Corporation, and a Council on Foreign Relations International Affairs fellow in India. Clary also served as country director for South Asian Affairs in the Office of the Secretary of Defense, a research associate at the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California. He received his PhD in political science from MIT and MA in National Security Affairs from the Naval Postgraduate School and a BA in History and International Studies from Vidya State University. Impressive credentials, and his presence here is much appreciated. We have Dr. Naeem Salik with us as well. Dr. Naeem Salik has a PhD in political science and international relations from the University of Western Australia. He holds a master's in international politics and strategic studies from the University of Wales, UK, and a master's in history from the Punjab University, our own Punjab University. We are proud of that. He has been a visiting fellow at the Stimson Center, Stanford University, Brookings Institution, and the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins University. He served in the Pakistan Army for 33 years and ended his career in the Army as Director, Arms Control and Disarmament Affairs at the Strategic Plans Division. He has attended numerous international conferences and tracked 2 initiatives and has published over 30 research articles and book chapters on strategic and security issues. He has authored 3 books: Genesis of South Asian Nuclear Deterrence, And then another book on Learning to Live with the Bomb, Pakistan 1998-2016. And his third book was published in 2019, titled as India's Habituation with the Bomb, Nuclear Learning in South Asia. He's working as a research fellow at the CISS Islamabad. Another list of very highly recognized credentials. Thank you very much. So we will now go to have a discussion, and I would request Mr. Kenneth Luongo to kindly take the mic on the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you to CISS for the invitation to speak today. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for that very kind and overly detailed introduction. Let me just say I really welcome the opportunity to work again with my good friend and colleague, Dr. Naeem Salik, even if it's virtual. I hope one day we'll be able to see one another again. Let me begin my presentation with a quote from the IAEA Secretary General Rafael Grossi. He noted a few months ago in an interview that was online that, quote, the era of heroic nuclear security is now over. I thought that was a very telling comment and a very important comment for a couple of different reasons. One, I think that it indicated that the Nuclear Security Summit process highlighting the nuclear security issue really had ended, and there are a variety of different bureaucratic reasons why I think that's true. Partly it's that the IAEA wanted their portfolio back. Part is that there was a backlash, I think, from some countries because, as was noted in the introduction by the chairwoman, that this is a national responsibility. But I also think that the quote unquote heroism associated with nuclear security has abated to some degree, and I think that's a result of the change in the nuclear landscape. And so what I'd like to do is just highlight 4 changes in the nuclear landscape that I think are worth highlighting for discussion. First, I think that the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan has made it clear that the war on terrorism as a high priority, overarching issue for the United States and for probably many of its allies is now closed. That's not to say that the war on terror has ended or that terrorism is not an important issue. What it means is that it's now more of a routine focus than something that receives high-level attention every day. I'll give you one example of why I think this is true. In the 2020 presidential election here in the United States, there was little to no discussion about the issue of nuclear terrorism in the presidential debates or even in the campaign. That is completely the opposite of what happened in 2016 and 2012 and in 2008, where the issue was a very high priority, and in the 2016 election didn't get as much attention as it did when Obama was running, but it certainly was an issue that was brought up by the candidates. So I think in a sense, nuclear terrorism, while a real threat, is not the overshadowing or overarching danger that keeps U.S. and other government officials up at night the way it once did. The second change is the recharged and qualitative and quantitative nuclear arms race that's in process now between the United States and Russia and China. China in the United States defense planning has now replaced the old Soviet Union as the major military concern. I think it's evidenced by the fact that the Department of Defense is now producing reports on China military power in the way that it once did about published reports about Soviet military power. So it's clear that there's a political concern, there's a military concern, there's a planning concern about the role of China. But there's also a qualitative aspect to this, and that is focusing at the moment around hypersonic weapons, also focused quantitatively about the increase in the nuclear arsenal of China, qualitative improvements occurring in the Russian nuclear arsenal, and the United States is currently spending a very large portion of money on modernizing its nuclear arsenal. So I think these developments come against the backdrop of a fading nuclear arms control regime without the prospect of new agreements on the horizon. So while nuclear terrorism and superpower nuclear competition are persistent issues, the second two issues on the nuclear landscape that I want to highlight are just beginning to emerge. The first is the role of nuclear energy in addressing climate change and achieving zero carbon. Even 5 years ago, the role of nuclear energy in addressing climate change was not on the radar at a high level. In the wake of the most recent conference of the parties in Glasgow, there were numerous statements in support of the role of nuclear energy in achieving zero carbon, including from some very unexpected places like the President of the European Union, the Prime Minister of Japan, and also the Prime Minister of South Korea. The second issue is the geopolitical competition that's spinning off from the rising role of nuclear energy as it is potentially on the cusp of growing around the world. Russia and China have a head start in competition, and the United States and its Western allies are just beginning to catch up. But an interesting aspect of this competition is the development and future market, not so much for large light water conventional reactors, but for small modular and advanced reactors, which have very different fuel cycles, particularly for advanced reactors. These lower power reactors are more suitable to small grid and disaggregated grid nations, and many of those countries are developing economy nations. So let me just drill down a little bit, delve into a little bit each of these four issues. While nuclear security is a national requirement and a national obligation, it's clear that the IAEA has reemerged as a dominant international institution focused on nuclear security. But it's limited because it can only move ahead with the agreement of its member states, which is why it's interesting to me that the major IAEA activity post-nuclear summit process is this Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials review conference. That is not, it's a very working level kind of thing. It doesn't have the high level presence that that once existed under the summits. That may raise the profile of the issue temporarily, but I doubt that it has enough fuel to rise to the top again. The other thing is that the contact group that was created out of the summit process has essentially been disbanded and doesn't meet anymore. So I expect a more business as usual approach to nuclear security at the international level, while at the national level, nations need to remain vigilant. The issue of fissile material and superpower nuclear competition is really at the moment focused around China, which is projected to expand its arsenal from 200 to 400 warheads, according to the Department of Defense projections, and may be more. So I think any chance of a fissile material cutoff treaty or anything along those lines, fissile material limitations with China in the mix, is not going to be very relevant. But let me just spend just a few minutes on this next generation of reactors, because I think it's actually quite important, and it's an issue that isn't rising as high, I think, on the radar of analysts as it should be. the three different types of advanced reactors. I mean, small modular reactors are basically scaled down versions of existing reactors. But these advanced reactors, which are not water cooled, that include molten salt, triso-fueled, and fast reactors, are going to present new nuclear safeguards and new nuclear security challenges that are going to require adaptations of the existing IAEA processes. Their export and proliferation around the globe may cause concern among governments and also among experts. And there are three issues related to these reactors that are relevant. First is uranium enrichment. Almost all of them are going to run on what's called a high-assay low enriched uranium fuel, which is basically 19 to 20% enriched fuel, so much higher than a conventional reactor at around 4%. Second is the question of reprocessing and whether or not the fuel out of these reactors would be extracted and reprocessed to claim the plutonium that's in it. And the third issue is whether or not the fast reactors will be run as breeder reactors, producing more plutonium than their fuel that goes into them at the front end. So it's interesting. I have the sense that the companies that are behind these technologies in the West, not necessarily in Russia or in China, but in the OECD countries, clearly do not want to be part of the proliferation problem. And in fact, the TerraPower, which is Bill Gates' nuclear reactor company, has made clear that they do not intend to use plutonium fuel and they do not intend to reprocess the fuel. But that may not be the case if the export is from Russia or from China. And so I think that there are obviously also safeguards issues associated with all three of the reactors. So related to this is the competition over market share and the export of these technologies. Traditionally, the country that controls the international nuclear market has the most influence over the governance structure. The next generation of advanced reactors is likely to be exported to developing economy nations, and almost all of the countries, when you analyze them, are newcomers to nuclear energy. Some of them have research reactors, but not many. So how will those nations be prepared to secure the operation of these technologies, and to what standards? This goes to the issue of national control and nuclear security. These nations are impatient for energy as their economies grow, their populations grow, and there's increasing urbanization. So there's a real upward swelling of need for energy, and it needs to be clean energy. And some of these countries have indicated that they're not willing to wait the 10 or 15 or even 20 years to prepare themselves in sync with the IAEA milestones process, which was really developed for large reactors. So I think there are regional and global nuclear security issues here that need to be addressed. At the national level, how are we preparing countries for technologies that may have fissile material? And at the international level, how are we adjusting safeguards and security to deal with the expansion of these smaller reactors in response to the need for clean energy? So I'll conclude by saying that obviously the nuclear security landscape is evolving significantly. There are not only the traditional issues that are still prominent, but new and important issues related to the future of civil nuclear energy and the challenges for all of us to work together to address these issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luongo. Interesting presentation. We'll now move to Mr. Christopher Clary. Christopher Clary, are you there? The mic is yours. It's over to you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, I'm very pleased to be joining this gathering, and especially privileged to be on a panel with such an excellent co-panelist and an incredibly accomplished chairwoman like yourself. I thought I would kind of split my remarks in terms of a series of what I view as old lessons about nuclear security that we need to maintain in our mind, as well as new problems that I think we'll be encountering in the coming decade. You know, when I look back on the history of nuclear security, you know, a few things strike me quite clearly. And one is that for almost all nuclear nations, command and control, and particularly dealing with both insider threats, but also thinking seriously about nuclear accidents, was a relatively late addition to the nuclear acquisition process. So, you know, for the United States case, the US engaged in what I think were quite deeply irresponsible operational practices with nuclear weapons for almost 20 years, really through the Cuban Missile Crisis and a little bit after, as it was obsessed with survivability in ways that I think created added and disproportionate dangers with these operational practices. And then I think has been documented in the Pakistani case, as Pakistan tried to build a latent and covert nuclear capability, it focused its command and control efforts initially on preventing outsiders from being able to penetrate the program, to endanger that program through spying or other means, but was slow to secure the program against insider threats, especially against high-ranking insider threats. And that really only starts to occur after the creation of the Strategic Plans Division of the late 1990s. And so that's a period of almost 15 years in Pakistan's case of nuclear latency, which is a similar time frame to what I argue are, you know, maybe 20 or 25 years of dangerous U.S. operational practices with nuclear weapons. And I think the trend in other cases, in China and the Soviet Union, is maybe slightly better, but is not an order of magnitude different. And that worries me as we consider the possibility of new nuclear states entering the system, something I'll get to in just a little bit. You know, I think another lesson as well from the US experience, where we have the most declassified information, is that all countries can do better on nuclear security. And here I'm talking principally in terms of securing the military weapons, not just the fissile material and other radioactive sources. But you know, it's one thing to create a personnel reliability program, but that program has to continually monitor. And in the US case, personnel are routinely, an appreciable percentage of personnel that have approval through the PRP to access nuclear weapons are disqualified annually. This is a routine problem. So it's not just enough to make a program to ensure the reliability of one's scientific and military personnel, but that program, if it's working successfully, should be identifying problems. And those problems could be transitory, people that are going through crises in their personal lives, and once those crises are passed, then their reliability can be reinsured. But that's one way to know whether the PRP is functioning, is whether people are routinely being told to step away from nuclear weapons, at least for a while. And you know, I think that problem of thinking about insider threats seems especially acute in the contemporary era. You know, especially with retired military personnel that may have specialized knowledge about nuclear weapons. And those individuals may go to organizations that are nominally patriotic but end up being quite extremist. And here I'm, you know, again, not picking on anybody. The US, I think, example is especially worrisome. Think about the number of veterans that were involved in the January 6th insurrection last year in the US case. And I think that problem of people get more conservative typically when they get old, and so people that have knowledge about security practices or nuclear weapons security in particular, we should continue to monitor even after their retirement, and we should think about them during the course of their career. I think there's a lot of evidence in the US case that there are even general officers who I think espouse views that are worrisome, and that's been something obviously that people have expressed about the Pakistani case. And again, you know, your next door neighbor in India, retired lieutenant colonels equivalent, and others have been involved in Hindu extremist organizations that have been engaged in violent activities, you know, engaged in bombing campaigns. So I think this is, again, a problem that we all share. We all have to think about continuously, and that's a lesson I learned from the past. You know, and I'm worried, you know, about events not just in the nuclear space, but I think when we think about the potential of military involvement in assassination attempts against General Musharraf, when we think about military involvement in the attempt to seize the frigate, the PNS Zulfikar, in 2014, those are the sorts of things that I think are indicative of a challenge that again, all nuclear nations, I think, continually have to focus on the security of their personnel. And Pakistan has the tools with both SPD but also ISI monitoring people to make that possible. But I think it's a continual effort, and we can never rest assured. We can't pat ourselves on the back that it's done. It's never done. This is the price of our stewardship of these weapons. And in general, I want to stress, I don't know if I would go as far. Kenneth Waltz, the political scientist, sort of famously said that we should be more fearful of old nuclear countries and less fearful of recent ones, right? And his point was that we have to have efforts to make these very large arsenals safe, and maybe worry less about these smaller arsenals. I think he's on to something. I don't know if I would go as far as him in that regard. But it is the case that older nuclear states have struggled repeatedly with this challenge of what sometimes you might call a major political crisis, right? So if you look at the history of those states that have had nuclear weapons, by my assessment, many of them, a majority of them, have had at least one serious major breakdown in order or a major political crisis since they've had nuclear weapons. So the Soviet Union obviously collapsed and had a variety of near civil war situations since it acquired nuclear weapons and became Russia. China underwent the Cultural Revolution, and we're just starting to get, I think, good information about some very dangerous practices that occurred in China's nuclear laboratories in the 1960s. France had a coup attempt, and we know that the coup plotters attempted to seize a nuclear weapon that was in Algeria for nuclear testing during that coup attempt. India has had civil wars on its periphery. South Africa had a regime change. Pakistan has had low-grade civil wars, again on its periphery, but also in its major cities. And we honestly don't know enough about the North Korean case to have a good sense. But I think there are some rumors that there were at least one coup attempt since North Korea acquired latent nuclear capacity. So this is a problem I just want to stress for all nuclear states. And a lot of the processes that Kenneth Luongo spoke, I think, very eloquently about that have been set up in the international community, those processes are focused on kind of the steady state. It's very difficult for countries in an international forum to consider major political crises at home. It's hard for one's diplomats to even talk about that, even behind closed doors. And so the processes that were launched in the Nuclear Security Summit, the IAEA processes, they are thinking about securing materials during the good times. But we also have to have a series of deliberations internally, and I think conversations across friends about how security can be maintained during the worst times. Because the worst times have occurred in very many of the nuclear states so far. Right? There's few outsiders. And the United States obviously is going through a period of incredible political turmoil that hasn't, as I mentioned, left our military community unscathed. So let me talk about what I think are those are recurring problems, those are existing problems, but I think there are some new problems that make nuclear security more acute in the coming decade. One, I think, as Kenneth Luongo also mentioned, we're in a new era, a returned era of arms races. So I blame the United States actually quite a bit for this. We told China for about 20 years that we thought we could capture the relatively small Chinese nuclear deterrent. We could target it with our counterforce capabilities, and we could mop it up with an improving missile defense capability. That was a mistake. That was a mistake to say publicly. It was a mistake to think privately. And it is certainly not the case that the United States will be able to disarm and prevent a Chinese nuclear attack from a China that is on pace to have an economy as large as the United States. That was the height of hubris, and we're dealing with that now, right? So we're having not a sprint to parity, but I think we're having a massive increase in the Chinese stockpile. And I think it is going to be very challenging for triple digits in the face of China going up to the upper triple digits. We've had this great boon for 40 years in Asia that China had ideational thoughts about nuclear deterrence that let it have relatively small nuclear arsenal, especially for long-range missiles. And those beliefs appear to have changed, or at a minimum, China believes that the U.S. needs to be convinced that the Chinese arsenal is survivable under all conditions. So I'm worried about what my old boss, Michael Crepon, used to call the Asian Cascade, where the US-China arms race then in turn puts pressure on a China-India arms race, and then obviously the Indian modernization puts pressure on Pakistan. I think we missed a window of real arms reductions. We did achieve some in the 90s and the early 2000s, but I think we will be quite lucky to maintain kind of new start levels in the coming decade. I think if you look at the pressures on Capitol Hill and in the Republican Party to win an arms race with China, which I assess is not winnable and is a folly and a dangerous one, but I think the political environment in the United States is entirely toxic to arms control and nuclear reductions. And so I think we will be quite lucky to maintain the US arsenal and the Russian arsenal at roughly 3,000 weapons. I think it's very possible we explore numbers that are higher than that again. I'm personally quite distressed that the international community and the United States specifically did not show more leadership on the fissile material cutoff treaty. I think that problem is renewed. It's crazy. The United States and the Russia have collectively something like 1,500 tons of highly enriched uranium and plutonium, right? So there's just so much of this stuff going around. The security challenge, which again, the US, Russia, other states, Pakistan have thought seriously about. There's no need for so much of this to be lying around, especially military-focused HEU and plutonium. The other new problem, which I think interacts with the arms races, is we do have this new era of counterforce, which I've written on elsewhere, but there has been a democratization of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities. That is especially true in space-based, right? So, almost every day, some private firm is launching a combination of imagery or electronic intelligence or synthetic aperture radar platforms into space. We are undergoing a space launch revolution, and that means that every power is going to have increasing availability of relatively decent resolution imagery, which will allow it to track movements of nuclear weapons and nuclear devices and nuclear delivery vehicles in a way that's never occurred before. And that is going to put incredible strains on the system, along with the continued emergence and democratization and spread of drones, which will still be susceptible to air defenses and air forces, but we're just going to have a lot more visibility, and countries, I think, are going to be tempted to pursue counterforce, along with accuracy that's come with GPS, the proliferation of inertial guidance system, other things. Countries are going to be able to see things, and they're going to be able to hit things in a way they've never been able to during the entire period of nuclearization since 1945. And I've argued that that's, along with my colleague Vipin Narang, that's created temptations in India to consider counterforce for Pakistan, which I think is ultimately counterproductive, but I think those temptations are real and will put pressure on India and Pakistan and other states too. I think it's clearly a driver that's affecting the US-China competition, for instance. The last kind of new problem that I'm worried about is, the international system has dealt with the emergence of the last three nuclear powers, North Korea, Pakistan, and India. And then I think we are on the cusp of another nuclear power. The odds of Iranian nuclearization are not clear to me, but I don't think it's crazy to think they could be as high as 1 in 5, with the odds of US or Israeli strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities being somewhat higher. Again, we don't know. I'm hopeful that negotiations delay it, but the Republican Party has made it quite clear in the United States that any renewed JCPOA is unlikely to survive beyond Biden's tenure in office. And that makes the negotiation challenge for the US quite difficult, and the breakout time for Iran has decreased because of the Trump administration's ultimately wrong-headed decision, in my view, to leave the JCPOA. And so Iranian nuclearization, I think, creates two challenges. One, obviously, it puts pressure on other states. Saudi Arabia and Turkey, in particular, are countries of concern for me. But also, I think Iran would have all of those same challenges that older nuclear proliferants did, like Pakistan, like the United States, and they might engage in dangerous nuclear practices at the outset. as it takes a while, I think, to realize the dangers that one's running. It's very difficult to learn vicariously, is my read of the nuclear history. And I frankly, when I look at Iran's power sharing arrangements internally, I worry that it resembles some of the Troika division of responsibility in the 1990s, which I think A.Q. Khan exploited to get more freedom to maneuver and ultimately engage in dangerous nuclear commerce internationally. So I'm worried about what a nuclear Iran, I'm not worried about it one day deciding to nuke Israel or something, but I am worried that it will go through this period of danger that other nuclear states had and have. There are, and that's obviously not the full list. I won't go. We can talk about the Burmas, the Syrias, or even the East Asian states, right? If we're going through a period of U.S. retrenchment, I think Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan even are not off the board, though I think they're much less likely than Iran. So all of these factors put us into a period, I think, of heightened danger on nuclear security. And I want to just stress that the concern I have about counterforce, the interaction it has with nuclear security, is I think it's pretty easy for nuclear states to escape the danger of counterforce, but they do so by heightening the readiness of their nuclear weapons during peacetime and crisis, and by dispersing them more to more locations, and by using them earlier in a conflict. And all of those things, increases in dispersal and readiness, those are going to create additional dangers. They're going to expose those weapons to outsider attack. They're going to expose them to different types of insider danger. If you think about what Pakistan pursued in the 1990s and 2000s of what sometimes people refer to as like a super PAL, where the nuclear weapons were actually demated and disassembled. Force attack early in a crisis. And so what they do is they put the weapon together, they put it on a missile, and it's at a much higher state of readiness than what Pakistan and India pursued in their first decade of arms races, So I'm worried about that, and I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Well, the way you've spoken, I myself am worried about of a scenario of an Armageddon, but let's listen to to Dr. Naeem Salek.
Thank you, Chair, for a very generous introduction. I have the privilege to be the last speaker of the day, and that can lead me to draw two conclusions. First is that I am the ultimate tail ender, and the second is that I am going to have the last word. But having listened to so many distinguished speakers before me, I think I would stick to the first conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, global nuclear security architecture is a vital component of overall global security architecture. It is built around legally binding conventions like the Convention on Physical Protection of Nuclear Materials and its 2005 amendment, and Nuclear Safety Convention, United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, passed under Chapter 7, that makes it mandatory for all member states to bring their export control laws and implementation and enforcement mechanisms at par with international standards to prevent the non-state actors from gaining access to dangerous materials and technology. Secondly, international norms. Thirdly, informal multilateral arrangements. Fourth, best practices and codes of conduct. And finally, the respective national nuclear security regimes. The fact that nuclear security is a sovereign responsibility of each state has been accepted as a universal principle. However, no state is expected to be complacent or show any laxity in maintaining the highest standards of nuclear security. This is because global security can be likened to a link chain whose strength depends on the strength of each individual link, and any weak link in the chain can cause damage to the whole nuclear security structure. Pakistan, as a responsible nuclear state, has established a comprehensive nuclear security regime that has been disseminated to IAEA member states through IAEA Information Circular 932. The regime is built on three main pillars. First, legislative and regulatory frameworks, including the National Command Authority Law of 2010, the Strategic Export Control Law promulgated in 2004, the Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority Ordinance 2001, and the PAC Act of 1965, to name a few. Thirdly, the requisite institutions and organizations, including the National Command Authority and its permanent secretariat, the Strategic Plans Division, Strategic Export Controls Division, Pakistan Center of Excellence for Nuclear Security, and its associated institutions such as the National Institute of Safety and Security, that have been recognized by the IAEA as world-class and have since become a hub of training for regional, international, and national personnel in radiation protection, nuclear emergency management, material protection control and accounting, protection of sensitive materials during transit, and protection of static facilities against malicious acts. And thirdly, appropriate procedures, regulations, and codes of conduct, such as the PNA regulations, export licensing procedures, and implementation regulations issued by the Strategic Export Control Division, Personnel Reliability Program, and promotion of a security culture. Pakistan, beginning in 2005, also implemented a National Nuclear Security Action Plan. Pakistan has also installed radiation detection portals at all entry and exit points, including ground, air, and maritime transit points. In fact, in the past 2 decades, Pakistan has made greater investment in financial and human resources in augmenting its nuclear security compared with any other nuclear state. It has over this period raised a dedicated and professional force for nuclear security comprising around 30,000 personnel, including a rapid response component. Pakistan's efforts in this regard have been acknowledged by NTI in its biennial nuclear security indexes. At the international level, former US President Obama initiated the Nuclear Security Summit process in 2010, which culminated in 2016 after the 4th such summit, attended by highest political leadership of key countries as well as international organizations. This brought the nuclear security at the global center stage by sensitizing political leaders to the significance of the subject. As a result, a lot of new ideas emerged, including the conception of centers of excellence for nuclear security. Since the end of this process, the IAEA is overseeing the follow-up actions, especially through its biennial international conferences on nuclear security and the ministerial meeting process. To understand global security trends and challenges at the regional level, one has to contextualize the issue in the broader framework of overall global security architecture, because nuclear security cannot remain immune to changes both positive and negative in the global security environment. In the recent times, the global security environment has been in a flux and has been witnessing an upheaval not experienced since the end of the Cold War. This is mainly due to the intensifying rivalry and competing geostrategic interests of the major powers. The world is witnessing the beginnings of a new armed race between global powers, especially in advanced dual-use technologies such as hypersonic weapons, artificial intelligence, robotics, cyber and space capabilities. Moreover, contrary to the trends witnessed over the past 2 decades, where the major nuclear powers were drawing down their nuclear arsenals, there is a new competition in introduction of more sophisticated and advanced nuclear weapon systems. And though the New START treaty between the US and the Russian Federation was extended in the nick of time, both US and Russia are continuing the modernization of the nuclear capabilities. Another 2 of the advanced nuclear states are quantitatively expanding their respective arsenals. Britain, which had resolved to bring down its nuclear weapons from current around 200 to 180 by the mid-2020s, has announced in its Integrated Defense Review its intention to increase instead its numbers to 280 warheads. While China also seems to be increasing the size of its nuclear arsenal, though there has neither been an official confirmation nor denial, and the increase may not be as substantive as some American defense officials have estimated, bringing back the memories of the late 1950s and early 1960s of the famous bomber and missile gaps. The Asia-Pacific region appears to be becoming the new arena for a new Cold War between the superpowers. New alignments and alliances have come up in the form of Quad and AUKUS. The decision on part of the US and UK to transfer nuclear submarine technology to Australia will create new challenges to nuclear security in the wider region. Britain, which had withdrawn from east of Suez in the 1960s, is returning to the Asia Pacific. The growing strategic collaboration between US and India is exacerbating the existing tensions in the region, thus triggering new competitive developments in military capabilities, including the nuclear capabilities. Nuclearization of the Indian Ocean has already taken place, and the introduction of maritime nuclear capabilities is bound to enhance nuclear security risks in the region. Though much more can be said on the vast subject, but in the interest of time, and I think also to respect the resilience and patience of the participants of the conference at this late hour, I think I would conclude my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess your worry is about this end of the table than the other end, because all young people sitting at the other end. Anyway, are there any questions from the floor here? If not, we can move to online questions if there are any. Or maybe one of the speakers may like to intervene on the basis of discussion of what Salik Sab said or any of you said. Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, I would just say I think that both Dr. Clary and Dr. Salik made reference to these new qualitative challenges that we're going to face. I highlighted one which is hypersonic, but they highlighted others which I think are definitely worth considering and thinking about, including AI, cyber, and space, and surveillance/intelligence. I think all of those issues have changed the nuclear game, and I think that's one of the reasons why the arms control regime is stalled, because it's not a counting game anymore, it's a qualitative game, and we're not prepared, or we haven't prepared for how to deal with that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say something, add something to what's been said by Dr. Luanga, Dr. Christopher, Clary?
Yeah, I mean, I think my net read of this situation is that all of these developments, hypersonics, AI, cyber, missile defenses, precision and space-based and drone-based ISR, do not fundamentally change the advantage that nuclear possessing states have to preserve survivability, but they will generate stresses, and I think military organizations hate uncertainty, and they want to assure their leadership that nuclear weapons will be available at sufficient numbers, no matter what, even in a bolt out of the blue situation. And I think that will generate both more numbers in terms of larger stockpiles, and I think it will also generate this heightened readiness and earlier dispersal. And I think that states should feel comfortable that survivability will be maintained, and that no political leadership will be willing to take great risks to attempt a disarming strike. But I fear that we will have this heightened period of danger that will come with these new technologies. And I agree with Kenneth Luanga's assessment that until the technologies are a little clearer in people's imagination, it will be quite difficult for diplomats and political leaderships and militaries to agree to arms control during a period of really astounding technological change. I think Dr. Salek also talked about like swarm attacks. I mean, it's just quite clear the battlefield 20 years from now is going to be different than the battlefield that we've really had since the 1980s. Don't mean to demean what happened with drones in the post 9/11 period, but the change we're going through now is really akin to what happened with air-land battle and air-land operations in the 80s. I mean, we're just in a new phase, and I think that will complicate all of our lives in potentially dangerous ways.
I have a question here from addressed to Dr. Luongo, and I'll read it out. Interestingly, the era of nuclear security has ended. Can we also see the end of an era of nuclear deterrence, a Cold War idea? In the presence of other latest technologies, information and psychological warfare, empowerment of non-state actors, biothreats of pandemics, and fading interstate conventional wars.
Yes, just to clarify, what I quoted the head of the IAEA saying is that the era of heroic nuclear security was over, not that the era of nuclear security was over. Nuclear security, I think, remains obviously very, very relevant. On the question of nuclear deterrence, I think the short answer is no, I don't see it going away. In fact, I see it becoming even more important for all of the reasons that Dr. Clary and Dr. Salik pointed out. You know, if you look, this is not a precise analysis, but kind of anecdotal. If you look at the era of arms control, successful arms control, it really initiated after a period of extreme buildup and concern about both qualitative and quantitative concerns. What we have now, I think, is another peaking wave that won't peak probably for another 10 years or so. And I think once we get a grip on all of these new technologies and what they mean, assuming we can control the situation during that period, I think then you will have another era of international attempts to try and ratchet back and put in guardrails for how these technologies impact the nuclear security and the nuclear danger overall. But I think that my assessment is that certainly for the next 5 and I think probably the next 10 years, we're going to be in a period of action, reaction, and technology development at a very rapid pace. And so I think that's something that we need to be prepared for.
Good. The other question is, what are some of the emerging challenges to nuclear security, keeping in mind the advances in disruptive technologies? Would states have to come together at a global level to tackle them, or will it be more of a state-level challenge? It's for anyone who wishes to respond to it. Dr. Clary?
I think what is so challenging about this contemporary era of technological developments is that they really have been democratized, with the exception of maybe missile defenses and hypersonics, which are going to be a game for the great powers really only. But if we talk about AI, the variety of things associated with cyber, I mean, it's I think quite clear. There's been some thinking, but that as things get connected to portals that are open to the world, those are going to be vulnerable. It's going to be really so the need to partition the nuclear command and control network from all other networks is just that's always been present, but it's really acute right now. But you're not going to be able to control those tools in the cyber arena in the same way, and they're going to be floating around. And the U.S. keeps losing our tools. We're like a crazy plumber that leaves the tools behind, and these things get stolen from us all the time because to use the tools you have to put them out into the world, right? So there's some exposure that goes along with that. And if you look at drones and missile precision increases, we're entering the great era of conventional ballistic missiles. These things are going to be used on the battlefield all the time, and I think that's going to change how we have to think about early warning, so that we don't have false alarms, and reach of even middle powers, and certainly the sorts of states that have nuclear weapons. And as I mentioned, the space-based ISR revolution is available to anybody with a credit card. And a variety of open source intelligence techniques mean that we know more about what's going on in other countries than we ever had in the past. There are still advantages for secrecy, particularly for things that are underground, but getting the things underground is even hard because you have to eventually dig the hole, right? So I am quite skeptical of our ability to negotiate our way out of this technological transition. We just have to live through it and try not to do the crazy things we did during the last technological transition. The US and the Soviet Union collectively decided we needed about 70,000 nuclear warheads during the great era of arms races. That was insane, okay? And so my message when I talk to South Asian audiences is not some high-horsed American, but don't be crazy like we were. We almost blew up the world for no really good reason. And so I want to make sure that people don't make the same mistakes that America and the Soviet Union did as we go through this new era of nuclear weapons. And I think they are avoidable, really. I think the sort of pathologies that gripped us are pathologies that often grip states that have nuclear weapons, but I really think when you look at it in a clear-eyed fashion, it's possible to forge a better, less dangerous, less expensive path. And I think we need to try to work together as scholars to figure out how to get there.
Well, thank you. From what you're saying, and without being facetious, it looks like we've been through all this, through lots of sci-fi movies that Hollywood produces, and those are scary like hell. So we all don't want to be in a situation where rationality is not allowed to prevail. There are a couple of comments that, please. Yeah, please.
I think the new challenges which are emerging are the advanced conventional technologies which are coming up, which are both high in speed, the hypersonic weapons, and high in accuracy. And that is why these weapons can be used for counter-force strikes against the nuclear weapons. And that is what some experts have termed as the phenomena of entanglement, where there are these dual-use technologies which can be used to deliver both conventional as well as nuclear warheads. And once these are fired, they are going to reach their targets in a very short span of time, and they are going to be extremely accurate. And therefore, they can use the same job which a nuclear preemptive strike could have done in the past. And that is why it has become very dangerous. Add to this the cyber capabilities which are emerging, and that can cause a lot of damage by disrupting the command communication and the command control and communication channels. And if that is disrupted, it can cause a lot of confusion. The problem here is that there are few countries who have taken the lead in all these advanced technologies. And as long as they have got the advantage, they are not going to give away that advantage at any cost. So thinking of any international arrangement where there can be some kind of code of conduct or some control or discipline over these technologies is not very promising, at least in the near future, until a lot more number of countries join the advanced countries in these technologies. Because till then, they will have no interest in bargaining away their advantage, and they would like to retain it. So that's why I don't see much possibility of people giving up lethal autonomous weapons or capabilities like cyber or the hypersonic weapons until they start feeling the challenge from the have-nots. And then again, the problem is particularly in technology like cyber. It is a state as well as non-state problem, because it is such a technology that the problem here would be the question of attributability. If there is a cyber attack, it's very difficult. There can be 5 nationals of a country who can travel to other side of the globe and launch a cyber attack with a nice computer and a good internet network. And even if you find out the location of the attack, are you going to attack that country which has nothing to do with this? So that attributability problem, and then there is no limitation on range of cyber attacks. It can be indefinite, and it can be done by a small group of people who are very efficient in handling of these information technology instruments. So that will remain the problem even if the states have an agreement to have some curbs on the cyber attacks against vital nuclear installations or safety security systems or the command and control structures. It will be very difficult to control the non-state actors from undertaking such kind of attacks.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed Ali, you have. you have a question.
Thank you so much, Chair. I have a brief question for Dr. Clary. I think nuclear security is an area which has drawn a lot of interest in the last 20 years in the Western think tanks and academia, particularly, and it seems that there has been an exceptional focus on Pakistan. But I would appreciate your brief comments on the recent reports regarding several incidents of nuclear theft in India. How do you attribute, what sort of cause could be behind it? Was it an insider threat in your assessment? And why do you think it does not receive as much attention in the international debate, particularly the Western think tanks? Thank you.
Dr. Clary?
Thanks. A good question from my old friend. My attitude on this is that there's just an enormous amount of natural uranium in the world, and I personally do not get worried when uranium ore is found somewhere. Yeah, and it is certainly the case that if they find that there's an insider stealing uranium ore, but the problem in the world is not 0.7%. Normal natural uranium. That's not the danger that keeps me up at night in the least. And I assure you, a lot of people, ask me this question and they say, "Oh, Dr. Clary, if this happened in Pakistan, you would be up in arms." And I assure you, I'm promising you now, if I do that, if I'm up in arms when natural uranium is found in some hut in some shop in Pakistan, I won't care about that either. I'm worried about enriched uranium. And I am worried about other things, but natural uranium just doesn't concern me. And it is, that's the bottom line. That's why I don't focus on it.
Thank you. That's why we feel very passionately about the discriminatory attitude of the world on different issues as far as Pakistan is concerned. Someone didn't like my comment. Anyway, I just wanted to also quickly, Dr. Clary, you had made a couple of points which I didn't want to respond to, but I'd just like to sort of flag them. On your points about outsider-insider threat, you said that huge mistakes were made in the United States about it, and that the newer states can learn from the older states had made mistakes. So I would say that on the basis of these mistakes, we've tried to set in place certain mechanisms, certain rules and regulations, and certain procedures that would help us to avoid those mistakes in Pakistan. One. Number two, you did make a reference to low-grade civil wars in Pakistan, and I would contest that. So I leave it at that. I have a question here that is from Antoine Levesque, but I think we are running out of time. Should I just read it out and maybe someone can then try and attempt to do it in 1 minute? It's for Dr. Salik, so I don't know if but I'll read it. It says, my good hands can be long. What is Pakistan's current thinking about extending nuclear weapons to the maritime domain? General Kidwai touched upon this only briefly earlier. You did it too. At the end of your talk, 1, can Pakistan afford this? 2, is Pakistan at all interested in seeking greater transfers of technology from China after AUKUS may have opened an era of conditional proliferation, according to some analysts? And the third point is, does Pakistan see also a specific nuclear security angle to the nuclearization of the Indian Ocean? I would let you comment on it, but would you like to comment as well, General Kidwai? Okay, we'll let Salik sir.
I think Pakistan is not left with much choice, as General Kidwai also mentioned in his keynote address, that Pakistan has been bearing the burden of restoring the strategic stability starting from the 1998 nuclear test onwards. There has been one development after the other, and Pakistan has been trying to restore the balance. And it was India which introduced nuclear-powered submarines and SLBMs in the Indian Ocean. What Pakistan is doing is, in my opinion, just a stopgap arrangement. And because we just cannot let India have a free run in the Indian Ocean, we have to do something to counter India's capability, to at least impose some kind of restraint on them. And that is why we are concerned. But as you know, this is one of the busiest waterways in the world, through which 80% of world's energy passes. And once the nuclear submarines are roaming around in this narrow sea lane, there can be accidents, there can be so many other problems. And with the mix of conventional and nuclear submarines and Chinese submarines also making forays into the Indian Ocean, you can well imagine what kind of problems it can cause.
I'd just like to add, no one can afford any of this. India cannot. India, I was in a meeting of IFAD in Rome, and the president of IFAD said, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, that 600 million people live under the poverty line in India. Now, if you take that into account, can India afford all these glitzy toys that it likes to display? So yes, it's not possible, but Pakistan cannot let its security be ignored, and Pakistan cannot let the Hindu fanaticism that is now prevailing in India to allow it to make all the decisions within the region, within South Asia. I'll stop here and I'll thank everyone, our panelists, Dr. Luongo, Dr. Clary, and Dr. Salik. I'm the only non-doctor here. Thank you very much, and it's over to you, whoever is going to make the next announcement.
I profoundly thank you all and Ambassador Tahmina Janjua for steering this very interesting session. Now we are at the end of the third working session, and I request Ambassador Ali Sarwan Naqvi to kindly conclude the conference. Over to you, sir.
I often end up concluding sessions if I am hosting the conference. And generally people are in a great hurry to get done with the whole session. However, and I realize that that is the case today even more, because we had to adjust our time to our foreign speakers, and therefore we are sort of running late into the evening or even into the night. So I have to be mindful of that and give my very quick comments about all the sessions. Now, the sessions on global strategic stability and regional strategic stability were very worthwhile sessions, and a whole lot of issues were taken up and discussed, and I think I jotted down a couple of points that, the feeling amongst our audience and with our speakers was that there is a deafening silence. There is a deafening silence about India's arms build-up, its nuclear build-up of its nuclear arsenal, and all those destabilizing factors which directly impinge upon strategic stability in the region. It also came out that the perception of Afghanistan is still the stereotype perception which caused me to make some comments, that what has happened is a grievous tragedy and a very sad development, without realizing that this is the reality, this is how had to happen because an artificial structure had been created, an artificial edifice was put in place, which went on for some years, but it has finally ended. And the world has to deal with the Taliban as they are, good or bad. It is a reality that has to be dealt with, particularly because of the humanitarian tragedy in Afghanistan. Then there was obviously the issue of repression in Kashmir was raised. The Hindutva philosophy prevailing in India now, where even the Congress party is apologetic about its secular background. It's come to that stage. And then finally, anyway, we came to nuclear security. Now in nuclear security, yes, there are many things or many aspects of it where, there is enough cause for concern. And that is what the chairman said, that, one of the speakers had raised the specter of irresponsible behavior or misuse or mishandling which would cause disaster for all of us. But then the other side should be looked at also from my point of view, and that is what all has been done towards ensuring nuclear security. The National Security Summit process, I was in two of them. I was in The Hague and I was not in Korea, but I think Washington. Now, the whole effort was supported by Pakistan because it was worthwhile to do so. We have to ensure A, unsecured material, which was floating around everywhere. B, we have to establish institutions and systems which would make nuclear security a little better than would otherwise be the case. There can't be, foolproof security. That will not happen. It's not possible. But we must continue to endeavor to have nuclear security. And my colleague Dr. Naeem Salik's account of what all Pakistan has been doing has clarified the picture that Pakistan has been pursuing nuclear security at all levels, and the legal and legislative level, the institutional level, and the practice level. I was the signatory for the CPPNM in Vienna. I signed it on behalf of Pakistan, and then we signed the additional protocol on the CPPNM. So Pakistan has been there, is a player in this entire global and collective pursuit of nuclear security. And yes, Pakistan asserts very clearly that it is a national responsibility. It is our responsibility. And it is obvious because we as a country have to be mindful of the perils of less security rather than more, the benefits of more security. So we have to balance all that. So there we are. This is the overall picture of this conference. I think extremely useful, very worthwhile. And then I must thank the speakers, the chairs, the keynote speaker who set the tone for the entire conference, and the participants who have roughed it out till now and have managed to keep awake. So thank you all very much. I think we all deserve a big hand of applause. Thank you.
Now, I thank you all, the participants online who joined us and in Rome for their patience and their time. Now, I have few announcements. Dinner has been served, long awaited. So, our team and ushers will lead you to the dinner place. Please. Thank you. Goodbye until we meet again.